Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Three Sisters for round 5 of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship. We're here under nice and sunny skies, which is always good. And I'm Phil G. Alongside me, as always, Daniel Koenig.
Yeah, it's looking like it hopefully should stay dry for today, Phil. I know we've had a slight shower a little bit earlier on, but hopefully the weather stays fine. If you're not already, make sure you're following us on Instagram at British_Supermoto for your daily dose of Supermoto action, as well as on Facebook at the British Supermoto Championship. If you're not already, make sure you're following us on YouTube at TNL Sports. You can see all the racing, previous and on demand. And also we've got the website there for all the news and updates for our Trips UK season.
So time for a quick look back at some of the highlights from round 4 with the Bathmate Best Bits. So that was the highlights then of our previous round at Crail, but we go into our championship standings then. Currently our academy as it stands at the moment. In first place then it is Bell Wingate on 166 points. Second there at the moment Archie Ormrod. Third Archie Reynolds. Fourth Jackson Bennett and fifth Leon Tall.
Then it's our novice championship, currently being headed by Jake Sayer with 190 points, followed by Simon Wadsworth, Oliver Ross, Neil Meelan and Paul Baxter.
Clubman Championship then, currently being headed by the Automotive Solutions Honda rider Craig Forshaw on 212 points, with the Trips teammates Harley Sharp, Chris Walker there in second and third. The 188 of Seth Gibson fourth, and the Automotive Solutions number 5 of Darryl Pennington in fifth.
And our overall British Supermoto Championship is currently being led by the Fat and Fast Contract Solutions rider of Jamie Duncan with 239 points, followed by the Trips UK rider of Jay Smith and then Richard Sharp. Then we've got the number 54 of Richard Blakeman in fourth and Oliver Holmes in fifth.
So our race day schedule then as follows. Obviously we are running a little bit behind schedule, but 12:45 then Academy Race 1, and then 1 o'clock C Group, B Group and then A Group at 25 to 2. We'll take a break, come back just before 3 o'clock for our second group of races, and then the final group of races slated to start just after 4:30. All of that obviously powered by Race IQ. We are thankful for their support. The one-stop shop for all of your race timing needs.
So we'll now take a look at our Super Pole. So we'll see our top 5 qualifiers battle it out to decide our front row for race 1.
Okay, so here we go then with Super Pole. Our riders for Super Pole then: Alex Mullaney, Richard Blakeman, Jay Smith, Jamie Duncan, and our fastest qualifier Chris Hodgson then. As we wait then for our cameras to pick up Alex Mullaney. There he is, making his way into the off-road on the... oh, nice. That was really nice over that tabletop. On the TM Leeds bike. 40th anniversary colours for them this weekend. The red.
Nicely over that little tabletop there on the exit of the off-road.
He got that nice, didn't he? And then this tabletop being run the way that it needs to be. Nice takeoff and landing there. Just slides a bit wide. We do have some rain though, so that will be why Mulaney's just been caught out. It's spotting with rain currently.
Yep, shake of the head there. He knows he's lost plenty of time.
So, but he's qualified 5th, and he will stay 5th unless, of course, somebody makes a bigger mistake than that. With the weather as it is at the moment, this track, we're just looking at the comms window, and it does look to me like it may have just stopped as Richard Blakeman makes his way out onto the circuit. So there's the checkered flag for Mulaney. Blakeman then already into Luna to start his lap. We'll pick him up as he comes across the line. In fact, here he is now. So Richard Blakeman, this meeting this weekend, the John Blakeman Memorial Trophy in memory of Richard's dad, a larger-than-life fellow of the paddock, who sorely missed. And Richard playing his double points joker this weekend here at Three Sisters at what is his local track into the off-road. We go straight down here and then again into this quite tight section into our, again, remodelled off-road. The Trips crew have been at it again. We've taken a couple of things out. There was a jump there that's gone, which has made it a lot more flowing, and we have a proper designated inside and outside line there. Nice little tabletop, which Blakeman does, but then it just runs him a little bit wide, although that tape there is a little bit misleading. I know that because I'll put that up.
So yeah, Richard makes his way over the tabletop. We'll see here. Just makes corner, clipping that grass on the outside. It is notoriously slippy around there. So, but luckily, look, you are right. I think the rain has stopped. So he heads here into Paddock Bend to make his way back round. Some great camera shots here from our guys at Technitive.
Now down the Rogerson Straight then for the final time. He'll come into the left-hander and then the long right-hand turn that is Luna, almost like a quadruple apex. And he will come across the line, and he will be our fastest so far, and he will set a time 1:11.
Yeah, that's on a 1:11.8.
So next out on track then, Jay Smith on the Trips.uk MTR KTM. Talking to him last night in the Trips hospitality tent, and just commenting on his new Steady Eddie style. He seems to be a lot less... I'll say a lot less stress, but he just seems to be taking what the days give him. But talking to him last night, he was like, yeah, I just need to step it up a bit. But he's still in the game. Everybody else has had a bit of a mare so far, so he's still in with a shot.
Heading down there onto the first off-road. Quite dusty at the top, can be a little bit loose.
Oh, that was lovely.
That at the start of our races.
Doesn't quite get that tabletop as nice as we saw Mulaney get it, but he's fast through here, a little bit choppy. You can see the braking bumps and the little divots digging out nicely over that tabletop. So 0.74 the gap to Blakeman. Whether that's a plus or a minus, I'm not 100% sure, but we will know as soon as they come over the line. He gets safely through. He looks quicker through there than Blakeman. Obviously, Mulaney made a bit of a mistake going into there. The moisture definitely not falling from the sky anymore as Smith comes around the pit turn. And then this opening up down the Rogerson Straight, tips it in. And again, in these changeable conditions, the grip level round there, always a little bit of a worry. But he's got that bike up to short shifts between the turns. Onto the start-finish straight then. Let's see what time he manages to put in, Danielle.
So he has gone fastest with a 1:11.4, so that little shower prior to Super Bowl doesn't seem to be slowing them down.
0.3 of a second then over Richard Blakeman. Next man on track then is the number 7 of Jamie Duncan, who we saw at Crail at his local circuit.
And our current championship leader, I believe.
He is indeed, but riding a little bit hurt on the Fat and Fast KTM. He took a big knock, I believe, on the Saturday on his ankle and was struggling. Was it Saturday or Sunday?
I believe it was the Sunday in race 1. As far as I'm aware, he broke 2 bones in his foot and then managed to take the overall at Crail. So some excellent riding from Jamie that weekend. And
almost certainly took his double points there as well. So he was, I won't say hobbling around the paddock last night, but he was certainly looking after that ankle, nicely over the tabletop. But like I said, I've just been keeping myself safe so I can get on my bike, get my boot on and get on and ride. And he's definitely looking like
Yeah,
a man who wants this championship.
not quite as clean over that exit tabletop on the off-road, but he did look fast through there. Over the tarmac tabletop he goes, into this tight, twisty bit.
Nicely through there.
Yeah.
And then into this pit turn onto the pit straight. Runs a little bit wide on the exit there. Although that is his favoured line. He does tend to maybe just looking for the grip a little bit more on the way in. Turns in early. So the last couple of corners to go. And then again, looking the gears through here. Third, fourth, and then fifth about here. Onto the straight. He's just running a little bit wide. A bit of a wheelie.
But he has gone fastest with a 1:10.338. So that was about 1.2 seconds faster than the number 33 of Jay Smith. But it is our number 1 of Chris Hodgson making his way out now to do his part warm-up lap for his flyer.
Right, red bike this weekend then as the TM factory celebrate their 40-year anniversary. They've done a red 40-year anniversary special. So both Mulaney and Hodgson carrying those colours this weekend. And of course Chris, unfortunately injured here at the first round, so he's behind the 8 ball really on both championships, having missed a round. But he's just out there now to win races and amass points and make a nuisance of himself. And through the off-road, and like I say, most of these guys tending to favour outside, inside. But obviously we will see when racing takes place whether that is what everybody's going to do. Nicely through there. Now this is a very, very tricky transition. It's there's rough stones to concrete with stones on, then onto the tarmac, and that's always the place where the grip is at a premium. Nicely through there. He's looking pretty good. A little bit wide there, maybe.
Yeah, so far I wouldn't say he's put a foot wrong. He's kept nice and tight through there to then set himself up.
It is spitting with rain again a little bit, Danielle. We can see that on our timing box window. Mental rain more than anything, but I think that both he and teammate Alex Mulaney drew the short straw with the rain, and I'm thinking, oh yeah, that's looking odd. You had a bit of a moment there.
Yeah, a little bit greasy, I'm suspecting, round Luna. But we'll see as he crosses the line. He has not gone faster, so he did a 1:11.994. So, our top 5. In 5th, we have the 100 of Alex Mulaney. In 4th, we have the number 1 of Chris Hodgson. 3rd, 54 of Richard Blakeman. 2nd, 33 of Jay Smith. And on pole for race 1 will be the number 7 of Jamie Duncan.
Right, so that's Super Pole then, powered by Race IQ. There's your top 5. As Danielle said, Jamie Duncan, Jay Smith, Richard Blakeman, Chris Hodgson and Alex Mulaney. That's how they will start race 1. Super Bowl brought to you by TM's Leeds Team UK. So that was Super Bowl, and here we are then with Academy Race 1 on the grid. Supermoto Academy brought to you by FF Solutions Design and Build, a company owned by Jay Smith, our elite class rider. On pole position then it is the 08 of Blake Wilson with Archie Ormrod second, Archie Reynolds on the 40th anniversary TM Leeds bike in 3rd, and a good qualifying then for Liam Pearson in 4th.
Yep, great qualifying for him there. We've then got Jackson Bennett, followed by Leon Tall, Lily Rhodes and Edward Darnton.
We wait then for the lights to go out, and there they go. First time then. I think this is a new layout that I've not seen at Three Sisters before. Slightly different as they all pour down into turn 1 for the first time. And it is. It looks like it's Wilson that is at the front as they come down off that first dirt section. They will turn into the off-road. There's our race leader then, Wilson from Ormrod there on the number 40 DCR bike in 2nd. It looks like Reynolds in 3rd, and is that Pearson 4th? I think it may well be.
It's looking like everyone's making their way through our new and updated off-road section here. So all riders managing to make their way round. We know sometimes the off-road can be a little bit trickier on these riders with the smaller wheels. But there is our race leader, Blake Wilson, already making his way round onto Paddock Straight and opening up a bit of a gap now to Archie Ormrod.
So as the riders made their way through the off-road, let's not forget that all of these guys are on small wheels and slick tyres, so it's not just like riding a motocross bike through that part of the circuit. And obviously the holes and bumps that are now in that, which they weren't in there first thing this morning when these guys were out on track, all been now made by the bigger bike. So it will be hard work for these guys and girls as Wilson comes down the start-finish straight for the first time, and he's already starting to check out from Archie Ormrod. This is the battle then for second and third. Ormrod, Reynolds, that's Pearson third. We've got a move then for, looks like Darnton then on the 41 moves to fifth.
Yeah, Blake Wilson checking out at the front to a tune of 4.4 seconds after that first lap. We can see them now head down that off-road. So that looks like, I think that was our Automotive Solutions rider of Cole Reynolds there. And then we've got the two RWJ riders. I think that looks like Bell Wingate and Max Rhodes sat there battling for ninth in the mid-pack. Oh, yeah, looks like Max trying to go around the outside of the 79 of Jackson Bennett there as well.
So showing that you can, even where they're hugging the inside line there to stay out of that inside berm, you can actually squeeze around the outside, and that's what they tried to achieve with the track modifications. And as I said earlier on in the, I think in the Super Pole comms, that again, the track just been modified slightly, improvements made every time we come here to Three Sisters, so thank you to the circuit management for giving us the ability to do what we need to do to try and to make it what it needs to be. It's never easy.
Yeah, so Max Road made that pass on the 79 of Jackson Bennett, but back with our leader, Blake Wilson. He's currently our fastest man on track, doing a 1:19.8 as he heads down the off-road. So his gap's now opened up to 7.6 seconds from Archie Ormrod, and then it's Reynolds, Pearson and Tall.
This academy class then, Danielle, this is the breeding ground for the next group of riders. We're already seeing some of these riders like Wilson, Wingate and a few of the others also riding with our adult groups as well. So we're giving them an idea of where they're going to slot into the bigger picture. Oh, that was perfect there by Wilson. Absolutely nailing that tabletop. He's not... I'll say he's not an off-road specialist. He's come from a mini bike background as far as I'm aware, but every time we see him ride in the off-road he gets better.
Got a rider down in the off-road there on the split screen, but they're rejoining. Can't quite see who that is. Oh, I think that's Cole Reynolds just gone down there on the outside as well.
So Wilson knee down style through the tarmac, which backs up his mini bike road racing roots, but he'll be doing double duty today, 2 classes. Yeah, British Championship running on a Saturday for the first time, and Wilson then a runaway leader at the moment. Let's have a look and see where the battle for second is. Now, quite tricky coming down that dirt section because the dirt and the stones being moved over onto the concrete lip, making it quite difficult as you come down there and load the suspension up. Quite slippy.
Yeah, you can see Blake Wilson there spinning up the rear end of that KTM and the dust that's being kicked up. Oh, sideways there as he comes off, but manages to hold it.
That was a nice save, because once that back end gets away from you on those stones and where they're landing there, again, there's a concrete transition at the edge of the circuit, so they're going from gravel and stones onto concrete with gravel and stones on it before they hit the tarmac. And Wilson just had the rear end of that KTM 85, all shapes and sizes. Ormrod still showing in second, Reynolds in third.
So Blake Wilson there making his way around some back markers as he comes around Lena. Nicely passed there. I think that may be the 36 of Harris Tull on board that KTM. I believe it's a 65.
Yeah, there's a few 65s out here. So the smaller riders, they come from our Bambino class, which is basically just for want of a better word, it's a track day for the riders that are too young to ride, and we let them ride in the lunch break, get used to the track, and then they'll come into this academy class when they're old enough. Usually on a 65, have a couple of seasons on a 65 maybe, and then move on to the 85 as well. But Wilson absolutely checking out. Ormrod still holding a decent second, but it's 13.5 seconds then for Wilson, but ruining it for everyone running away at the front. But Ormrod holding a good second place, Reynolds third and Pearson fourth.
Yep, you can see there Pearson taking the inside line through that off-road. And then that looks like... Oh, back to... I think that's Rip Jennings and Cole Reynolds there. Cole, one of our fallers in the off-road.
Let's not forget, I think Belle Wingate was shown as our championship leader in this one. She will have already played her joker and taken double points at a previous round.
I think she played it at Rowra.
She did play it at Rowra, her local circuit. So here's the number 41 of Edward Darnton. And it looks like he's just... Is that our race leader that's just come by? It is. So Darnton's been on... I would say that Darnton's been on the floor somewhere then, because he was up in the top 5. And again, another one of the younger riders on a 65. You can see the way there that Wilson squared off that off-road section, comes past Tyler Clark to put him a lap down on the number 6. Yellow flags in the off-road, so Wilson just taking it a little bit easier. He takes to the inside line. That actually looks like that's dried out really well. I was out there this morning.
Yeah, I think that is one of the tall brothers there that has gone down in the off-road by the looks of those leathers.
That would be Leon then on the 77.
Yeah, but he's rejoined nicely. So the gap out to Blake Wilson currently sat at 16.1 seconds, but that looks like the 125 of Belle Wingate. She's currently sat in 8th.
So she is our championship leader, and she is another rider that I believe is doing double duty. She will be out in our C group race, which is immediately after this one, I think. Just looking at my rider list.
Yep, so she makes her way down through the off-road, then turns into our second off-road section, up over that tabletop. And I think she's got the 58 of Mac Road, her teammate just in front of her there. You can see him making his way through the off-road. That group's broken up a little bit now with, I think it was 5th to 8th. We had a little bit of a battle going on there, looking at the timings. That spread itself out nicely.
Well, we have had some absolute barn burners of races in this academy class, but this one with Wilson running away and hiding at the front has showed his speed, and he will be definitely the man who is on for wanting to take 3 race victories. We will hopefully see him out there in... he's actually qualified at the back end of the B group, so be interesting to see how he goes on with that.
Looks like we've got a battle here for 5th. So we did have Lily Rhodes in 5th on the last lap, but it looks like Jackson Bennett has made a pass, but Lily's not going to let him keep that for long, I don't think. She's all over the back of him as they head down into the off-road. Lily taking a slightly wider line to square it off a little bit more to try and get the run.
Again, really difficult. Just you've got to be so tentative down there on the stones. There's no real depth to the... They won't push into the ground, although we've had a lot of rain here, and it did rain quite heavily overnight on Friday and Friday evening. The off-road section is actually really quite dry.
Oh, it looks like they just caught a back marker there of Harris Tall, but yeah, it looks like they're getting around him nicely. Both going round the outside to then have the inside to head up towards the tabletop. But it is still the 79 of Jackson Bennett that leads over the 56 of Lily Rhodes as they come down the tabletop through that flip-flop section and heading towards our pit lane. That gap looks like it's opened up a little bit now.
Bennett holding off. Waiting for our race leader. That's the 150 of Pearson.
Yeah, there's Liam Pearson. He's currently sat in a... Oh, I think he may have dropped down the order a little bit. Have we missed that?
Well, he's
sat there in 4th.
He's sat there in 4th. We've got a rider down there at the side of the track, so that's our 4th place man that we're looking at the minute. But Wilson has, like I say, proverbially checked out.
So, looking here, it's the last lap. So there is Blake Wilson to take the checkered flag. He comes across the line after doing a 119.8 as his best lap. And we'll wait now to see if Archie Ormrod, it looks like there is in a pack with some back markers. Looks like we've got, see Ruby Booth there.
So yeah, Ormrod going to take a decent second place then, with the TM Leeds UK team rider of Archie Reynolds in third, and that should be Peacock across the line in fourth. We'll wait for our graphic to show us the end of the race. But Wilson, Ormrod and Reynolds already over the line. I think this will be Pearson next.
Yeah, so we'll wait to see that battle between the 79 of Jackson Bennett and the 56 of Lily Rhodes. Here they are, heading round Luna. Lily trying to take a wider line to see if she can get the run, but she's not quite close enough. Oh, it's going to be close.
I think Jackson got that.
Just. So it was 0.041 across the line between those two there, so
we'll call
really
that
tight.
half a little wheel.
Yep, super tight race in there in the mid-pack of our first Academy race of the day. So we'll now wait for the last few riders to make their way across the line. I think we're just waiting on the 58 of Max Rhodes. There he is. Oh, just trying to pop a little wheelie there.
I think that was an out of breath. I'm glad it's the end of the race wheelie. Even though these races, I think what we've done, 8 laps around this Three Sisters circuit, make no mistake, it's hard work, the hard braking. It's a totally different type of thing to motocross, and uses different bits of the body. So here's our...
So we'll get ready now for our British Supermoto Championship C, Race 1, to make their way out onto the track. You can see there, that was the 619 of Brett Barlow on board that Bathmate Husqvarna. Yeah,
so Brett then did some work on setup and everything. This is, I say, Supermoto C, brought to you by Contract Solutions, the precision engineering company of Jamie and Rab Duncan up there in Cooper in Fife. World leading engineering, one of those guys.
In the background there, we could just see, I think that was Lily Rhodes getting ready to swap over onto her big bike, like you say, doing double duties. She's going out on her KTM 250, I believe, for this one.
So she's jumped onto a different bike. Just to mention that, obviously, our race sponsor this one, Contract Solutions, they're actually advertising for apprentices. So if you're watching this stream and you're in their neck of the woods and you want a job, that might be the place to go and have a look. Certainly very, very impressive setup. And if you're looking for a start in the world of engineering, that's as good a place to start as any. But our pole sitter in this one, it is the number 90 of Simon Bentley.
Yep, Simon out there on board. I believe it's his Honda, isn't it?
Yep. Caden Rolt in second, Jamie Wilson, new rider, in third, and Barlow in fourth.
Then in fifth, we have the 164 of Sean Jones, followed by Lily Rhodes in sixth, Dean Clark in seventh, and Ollie Sims in eighth.
And then it's Rick Owen, Philip Rigg, Andy Goodsall, and Peter Wadsworth.
And then we have Dan Billum, Matthew Overton, Jake Jennings, Gavin Skaith, John Oakes, and Steve Smith.
You've got a lot of rows in this one. Archie Ormrod also doing double duty, so Ormrod straight back out on track. Next to him on the grid is Liam Pearson and Bailey Stewart Campbell, who I believe is another ex-mini bike guy, and Michael Whittam.
Yeah, good to see our C group looking full as ever. It's definitely the group to make your way into Supermoto. So if you've got a motocross bike and you can flag yourself a set of wheels and a brake, this would be the group for you. Make sure that if you're watching on our live stream as well, if you're cheering on anyone in particular from home, make sure you give them a mention in our live chat and we'll try and give them a shout out for you.
So these guys then on their site, like we can see that it is starting to dry out. Like, so I was out there this morning and just putting the finishing touches to that off-road section, and it was still quite damp underfoot. There was no expectation that it would dry out in the way that it has, but already it's quite cloudy and overcast, although it is fairly warm. And as a result, track now started to dry out quite nicely. There's the 164 of Sean Jones. You fancy a bit of YouTube action? His Cranked Up Racing YouTube channel follows his journey through this championship and his bits and bobs of working on his bike in the week, and so that's worth a look.
Yeah, and it's good to see the racing from a perspective of sort of that mid-pack, coming from working midweek, getting the bike ready, getting here, everything that comes along with racing supermoto at a novice level. So if you are looking to get into it, that's another thing to keep an eye on. See what everyone else is doing, but that Cranked Up Racing channel, always a good watch.
So Farron Young, they're out there on his old Husky. I think he's in the process of updating his machinery, so not out on his regular bike. But there is number 90, then Simon Bentley on pole position. So the man who used to be a big VW used parts supplier, but now we'll say he's a man of leisure, but certainly stepped back a little bit, and comes on and usually races just one day each weekend, and with it being Championship Day Saturday, so he's there. We're missing, who are we missing on the second spot of the grid? Is your dad just standing in the way of somebody?
I think we're missing the 84 of Caden Rolt by the looks of it. It looks like a big gap there on the front. I have a feeling that number 56 of Lily Rose will try and put her bike right into it on this first lap.
Well, she will get off the line really well because she weighs about as much as an empty woodbine, so she will fly off the start as we rate then. So red flag is waved at the front of the grid and we will point to the lights. Let's see who's going to get away first. Away they go. Steve, is that Gallimore in there?
Great start from the 164 of Sean Jones, but it looks like... Was that Jamie Wilson there getting a great start and taking our whole shot? But it's Brett that leads as we head down the off-road for the first time.
Right, okay, so that will be why I'm looking at that. So Jamie Wilson is on the ex-Steve Gallimore bike, so I recognise the bike, not the rider, but it is Steve Gallimore's old bike that was there in third on the grid with the new rider, Jamie Wilson, on it, who I believe is the cousin of Blake Wilson, who we saw win the opening race, and he comes from an ex-motocross background.
I wonder if he's been getting any tips from Blake Wilson.
He will only need tips on the tarmac because he was a very good motocrosser, as you can see. I believe he rode for Emerson Yamaha, who were a decent team. He's down from, I believe he's down from Guildford. Well, he's certainly down in, he's down from J Smith country anyway. So he's a southerner. And but obviously it will take him a long while to get his head round riding on tarmac.
I don't think it's taken him that long. So he's currently our race leader there, followed by we've got Brett Barlow there in second.
Yeah, it is Brett on the Bathmate Husqvarna then. But he's been doing better, and like I say, did a lot of work with bike setup at Crail, and yeah, he's a guy who enjoys his racing, and he's definitely starting to get some results. Jones across the line in third. And then it was Bentley, Jennings across the line in fifth. Jay Jennings, a return for him. We've not seen him yet this year. And that's the first one for him as the rest of the field streams through then. A big field then, 36 riders.
So that was Wilson there, taking that outside line round the off-road. Brett's chosen to take the inside. Looked like it was Sean Jones there, struggling on that inside a little bit there. Lost a little bit of time. Oh, we've got a rider down. Having a look there. Is that Jake Jennings, I believe, that went down there, but he's rejoined. Oh, another couple of riders down on that inside berm on the off-road, so it shows, especially with such a big field, how busy it is. That looked like it may have been one of our Trips UK riders there that went down on the inside berm.
So race leader then Jamie Wilson, as I say, was absolutely inch perfect over both of those tabletops, so his off-road pedigree very much in evidence, and he's already now started. As we lost Barlow, I'm not sure whether we've... whether Barlow was one of the riders that went down, which is a shame if it was, because he was there in second place.
It looks like Barlow's dropped down to around 7th.
It's a shame for Brett. So our race leader then already checking out at the front with 7 laps to go. Let's have a look at see who's in second then as they come across the line this next time. I'm expecting that will be Sean Jones. But yeah, you can see the aggression then. So there's Jones in second. Third place then. That is, well, that looks like Ollie Sims then, up to third.
Yeah,
Bentley
good ride from
fourth.
him. Great ride from Ollie Sims there to make his way up to third, followed by the 90 of Simon Bentley, and then we've got Dean Clark on board that KTM there. Dean taking the outside line. Nice to see there's loads of options through this off-road.
Yeah, so Dean Clark then, I think he's High Wycombe way where he's from originally. But he's another guy with a decent off-road pedigree, as is Simon Bentley. Bentley's been a motocrosser for a lot of years, got a lot of twin shock stuff, and raced for a number of years. And he won't mind me saying that he's not in the flush of youth. He's a man of a certain age, the same way that I am, but he still enjoys his racing and knows how to open the throttle.
So it looks like, I think we may have another ride down in our off-road section. I think that might be the 56 of Lily Rhodes on board that KTM 250. Just keeping an eye on our timing screen. But there is the 164 of Sean Jones, having a great ride, currently sat in second, albeit a little bit lonely at the moment.
He's not that lonely because Ollie Sims is all over him. So we had a bit of a chat yesterday, doing my normal paddock walk on a Friday night, and I didn't give him too much of our time, but I did mention in the thing at Crail that he'd been the bridesmaid a lot of times, and he'd ended up finishing second in the finals or ending up third in the heat races and not getting moved up. But he's currently under a lot of pressure for this second position, which if he can hold on to that, we'll see him elevated to the B group, and with the greatest respect, that means that his day will be over with return in terms of picking up wins, but he will be into the faster group of riders. We can see how the track's just rutting up nicely there on the inside as he lights the rear up. He's definitely faster than Sims through the off-road.
Saw Dean Clark there have a little bit of a moment on that inside line. Looked like he maybe stalled it, but he's got that bike going. We've seen they're heading on the way out of the off-road.
He has dropped off the back of that group though. So Ollie Sims then, he's another youngster, come up off an 85, which I believe, if you're looking for a bike, is for sale. So if you go onto our British Supermoto Facebook page, I think there's a link to that there. So Sims is, I think he's either 13 or 14 years old. He's certainly in the flush of youth, whereas Sean Jones, I would say, I'll say he's 30, and hopefully that he's I'm about right there. But Jones closes the door, and Sims is just going to blast around the outside.
Great pass there from Ollie Sims.
Yeah, Jones knew he was there and covered off the inside, but these youngsters have no fear when it comes to getting down and riding around the outside with a knee down. And he now takes second position with 4 to go. Jamie Wilson already a long way off the front of this one, 7 seconds, so not as far as you would expect considering how fast he is in the off-road.
Big moment there from Sims there, lighting up the rear. You can see just how slippy it is as they come off that off-road. It gets quite dusty on that transition, so like you said, super slippy and really challenging. But Sims looking like he's going to try and put in a good strong couple of laps here to secure that place in the B group for race 2.
So you may notice as they come into the off-road, there is like a little bit of white on the track, and what we've done there, we've built kind of a separating lane in the centre of the circuit with a white paint line on it to be treated as a do not cross. So if you go to the inside, you've picked the inside. If you go to the outside, you've gone to the outside, and there's no crossing over, and that means that we don't just end up with one line through the off-road. So Sims starting to close down a little bit on our race leader Wilson. Wilson just gone out of shot. So Jones back to third, and he's dropped off a few seconds then through that lap. Say the knee down style of these mini bike boys. There gets to a point where you have to start riding it like a supermoto bike, because most of the people, save for the likes of Storm Stacey.
That looks like that was the Race IQ bike of Peter Wadsworth there. I think him and one of the Bathmate riders had a little bit of a coming together on the way out of the off-road. So, but it looks like both riders are up. See there, the 164 of Sean Jones taking that outside line again. That seems to be the favoured line so far.
Just sitting a little bit further back than maybe he ought to in the off-road. Just get his weight forward to get that front to stick. But that's the thing with the transition to Supermoto, is having your weight in the right place depending where you are on the track. But Sims has certainly started to gap away, perfectly over that tabletop as well from the youngster. So he is definitely getting the hang of that 250.
Good comeback ride, it looks like, from the 619 of Brett Barlow. So he was all over the back of the number 6 of Dean Clark there, heading through the off-road.
As much as I'd like to see Brett get up to the Bs, I think having a couple of good races in the Cs will do his confidence good. Because obviously once you get up into the Bs, you do get dragged along at a faster pace, but you're going to be on the back of a 28 rider or 30 rider grid, and it's going to be really, really difficult to make progress. But making some passes through this C group race as it progresses. There's Jones. Barlow will probably be in the background. He'll be behind Clark and I think Simon Bentley, with just a couple of laps to go in our first C group race of the day.
I think that is, yep, that's Richard Sheehan on board that new KTM NTR bike that he's got there. Lovely machine. And then I think that was, is that Max Rhodes or Bell Wingate?
I think that was Max that he was battling with last time I saw them on camera. So that bike being delivered to Richard just before this weekend, and beautiful bit of kit he is too. Like you said, I've got to a point in my life where I'm having it.
That was a pass, I think, there for Brett Barlow around the outside of Dean Clark, so he chose the outside, Dean took that inside, and I think he managed to just carry a little bit more speed and make a pass.
But yeah, that bike, absolutely beautiful thing to look at, and obviously first time out on it, so it's going to take a little bit of getting used to for him. But nice to see Richard Sheen, one of our sponsors of this series, along the way, enjoying that. So we look back then, Sims in the background, just coming up to lap him. What's our race lead?
So our race lead has actually closed down to 1.6 seconds from Ollie Sims. So Jamie Wilson, I'm sure he'll have, there he is, there's our race leader on cue.
It's out to 5 seconds again, so I think there may have been a little bit of back markerage or something through the off-road. But our race leader then, and comfortably so, is...
there's the 56 of Lily Rhodes. I think that was Darryl Brett down there in the off-road. So my teammate, looks like he's had a little bit of a wobble on board that KTM twin cam, lovely bit of machinery. Oh, Wilson there getting very close to, was that Selby Trotter?
It might be Selbs, yeah. No, there was no place for him to go. But again, you can just see that Wilson, from what like I say, not spoken to him personally, I'll go and try and make my acquaintance known in the pits, that a good motocrosser of down in his neck of the woods, that had a few injuries, which obviously in motocross you can't really ride round in the way that you can in Supermoto. But
interesting to see him with that knee out sort of style there on the tarmac. I wouldn't have expected it. So
he's probably not really knowing what the hell he's doing, with the greatest respect. It's the first time out there on the bike. I don't think he's done much practice, if any, and he's just making it up as he goes along. He's got natural speed because he's obviously a rider of a certain calibre, and he will take the checkered flag for a win in his first race, so he's happy with that. And he'll just learn his way in. He'll be into the Bs and he'll be in with some faster riders, and that will help him along. There's a good second place for Ollie Sims. Oh, who's that on the grass?
Oh, absolutely sideways. That looked like Jake Jennings there.
It did. He was all over the place there. There's plastic embedded in the grass there for the so the carts don't chew it all up when they go off the circuit. Well, Barlow gives himself a clap, and to be fair, he got back up to 5th, so that's decent for him.
Yeah, good racing all the way through that pack, I'd say. So it's Barlow from Jennings, then we had Dean Clark, Gavin Scaife, Rick Owen, and then Matthew Overton, another new rider to the sport.
So I think it's fair to say that with Wilson and Sims away at the front, this next C Group race is going to shape up to be probably a 5 or 6 rider battle at the front. And I'm already looking forward to it.
Yeah, I can't wait. So we'll just wait for our last few C Group riders to make their way round. So I think that's Bathmate team boss Jono there, coming round Luna. Yeah, there he is. So we were missing Jono up in Crail, but good to see him back for round 5 of our Trips UK British Supermoto Championship.
Okay, Jono, obviously the boss of Bathmate, one of the sponsors of this series, been out through injury and a few date clashes as well, just giving himself a chance to recover a bit. Missed the Crail weekend, which was a fantastic weekend, it has to be said. We were looked after well by the Scottish Supermoto people and the East of Scotland Kart Club. Beautiful weather up there on the Costa del Crail. And whilst we have an overcast day here, it is rather warm.
Yeah, it's definitely overcast, but most people you can see there down in pit lane, you'll see people in t-shirts. Looks like that rain's cleared off that we saw. But it is Supermoto Group B, sponsored by Race IQ. So that's the app that should be launching soon, where you can keep all your race data to try and help improve your performance. That looks like the 692. I think we've got Carl Geary Jr. and Senior both out in this race, so that's good to see.
They qualified next to each other on the grid. They are in Carl Geary Jr. out-qualified Carl Geary Senior by 0.2 of a second. So
I think that's good going for Carl Geary Senior on board for that Huserberg as well, so fab riding from him.
Yes, so it looks like Mike Norbury is riding the 99 bike.
Yep, he's on board that bike of Andy Hayes, so he's giving Supermoto a crack for the first time.
Where do I know the name Mike Norbury from? Is he a road racery type? I think he is, isn't he? Yes.
He's raced over at Oliver's Mount, and he's also raced the Isle of Man TT.
That would be where I've seen the name.
Definitely plenty of experience, I'd say.
Yes, so we're racing the Isle of Man. Looking at the grid there. So it's Lambourne from Sayer, from Ross, from Wood, and then Michael Craig, Burgess, Dax Almond and Dean Wingate, Armitage, Wrigglesworth, Wright and Blanks, and then Reynolds, Duncan Wright, Neil Mealin, and we've got 2 99s there, so how's that going to work?
We'll keep an eye on that.
So Andy Hayes is
running a different number on his bike, I believe.
Right, okay. We'll catch up with that.
There's our podium from our C Group Race 1. Nice to see the faces under the helmets. Go in and try and have a chat with those, like you said, at lunch. So
yes, it was Wilson from Ollie Sims and Sean Jones. That was our podium for C Group Race 1, as our B Group riders then out on track for their first race of the day.
So we can see them all there making their way through the off-road section for their warm-up lap. Looks like that's Simon Wadsworth there on board that Trips UK KTM there, rounding out that group.
I think he was the last one. He was the last one to make the cut. So we saw him running front end of the B group previously at one of our race weekends, but obviously this track with a lot more off-road showing.
We had a wheelie there from, I believe that was Dean Wingate, or the Dean.
The Dean. The return of the Dean on the ex-J Smith, ex-Mark Reiner Schmidt, I believe, Honda. I think that's one of those bikes that has found its way into the hands of Dean Wingate. And obviously he's been putting his attention into Daughter Bell of late. But decided at Crail after... being trackside, and then he said we're getting home and watching the live stream that you're only here once, so he went off and purchased the bike.
So Andy Hayes looked like he was on Paul Reynolds' old KTM.
Okay.
So we'll keep an eye out for him on numbers. I suspect he's possibly running number 18 on the bike from what I've seen. But there is our front row. It looks like we've got the Prof on pole on that Trips UK Husqvarna. As we wait for all the riders just to get ready. You can see there Madag going through, seeing if anyone needs a hand with hole shots. So that device pulling the front end down to try and prevent wheeling off the line, to try and help them get a good start.
So the 97 of Dax Almond in the middle of row 2. It's the Prof, Chris Lambourne, on the number 211 Trips.uk Husqvarna that is currently sat on pole. There's going to be a lot of guys who think that they're going to be winning this one and going up to the A group. So they are. James Wood, not sure that Woody's on his normal bike. I did hear rumours that he was riding something else, but I'll try and do that. It is Jake Sayer, the 311. Oh, he gets a big wobble on as they go into turn 1. So it is the Prof that leads out the off-road on the first section. Is that Ross there in third? No, it's Woody in third, Sayer there in second, then Almond.
We had a rider go down at the top of the off-road there. Couldn't quite catch who that was, but we'll keep an eye now as they make their way through this middle off-road for the first time. It's all bunching up there. As you can see on that inside and outside line, there's legs off absolutely everywhere.
And like I say, don't forget, these guys all on slick tyres, so this is not easy at all. But it is the 211, the Prof, Chris Lambourne, over the tabletop for the first time. He's another guy with decent off-road experience, so he'll be loving that off-road. And he's already got a 10 bike length lead then over the 311 of Jake Sayer on the Honda, as they come past the pit lane for the first time. James, just like the 82 of James Wood then, trying to put a pass on Sayer. And Woody, he had a big tip-off at Rowra and was feeling a little bit under the weather. Didn't have the best of days at Crail, but he's back at the sharp end. And another good rider who we'll expect to be finding his way into the A's 20 rider A group here this weekend. So he'll be wanting to be on the back of that one for race 2.
Looks like we've lost one of our front row, which was the number 43 of Oliver Ross. He's currently showing on our timing screen down in 7th there. So it is Sayer from Woody to Almond there.
Yeah, Ross there in the background on the black Honda, the racing and cruising rider then from north of the border. The youngster, and he's obviously not quite made the start that he wanted. Easy to get bumped out and lose a bunch of places on the opening couple of corners, but it is Lambourne from Sayer from Wood as they come out of the tarmac jump section for the second time. Lambourne then past the pits and just over a second and a half lead as they went across the line last time. And it's Dax Almond. Dean Wingate there in 5th position, so let's give him props for that. First time out on that bike. Don't think he's really had a chance to test it. They were putting plastics on it last night, and although obviously it's ready to go, it is a proper full-on race bike that's was already ready to go for him to jump on that and be in the top 5 or 6 in this B class for the first time of asking. That's a good ride for him.
James Wood now all over the back of the 311 of Jake Sayer. That gap does open up a little bit as they head through the off-road, but Woody definitely competent through the dirt.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. It's not his favourite thing, but he doesn't lose lots of time in the off-road. Dax Almond also on the 350 Automotive Solutions. Oh, he tips off.
I could see that coming.
He went down in instalments, didn't he?
Yeah, he nearly lost the front on the inside berm, and I could see it coming a mile off there, unfortunately. But remounts, try and get that 350 going as quick as possible, but it looks like he's dropping down through the pack, so it looks like he's now all the way down in about 17th, so shows just how close this group is.
Yeah, he just wasn't quite in the berm there, and as it pushed the front, it just started to go over on him, and after that it was just a matter of time before he hit the ground. But here's then the 82 Bathmate Husqvarna James Wood all over the 311 of Jake Sayer.
Yeah, Jake having to ride really defensively through here, but I think James will be trying to eye a line up round this Luna to see if he can get the run on him down the straight. So he goes a little bit wider there to try and get the run.
That Honda of Sayers is pretty quick in a straight line, and nowhere for Wood to make an attempt.
But our fastest man on track is actually the Dean. He's currently doing a 1:16.9, sat there in 4th, so he's closed that gap to the 82 of Wood. See him there over that off-road section. And also Oliver Ross now making an appearance up to 5th, so I think this group's going to close up.
The 53 of Simon Burgess there on the white Husky in the background as well. Oh, we've got a yellow flag. Who's that for?
Oh, that looks like one of the Trips UK riders. Not quite sure who that is. Oh, I think that may be Jason Slater there that's just had a bit of an off there.
Yeah.
Round that outside. All these riders now trying to filter round him.
Oh, it's all getting a little bit messy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Kev Crowther's there, I believe.
So not quite sure. Slate's just maybe just gone over the berm on the tight line, or maybe just took the front. But anyway, he's up and okay.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to be restarting. I think he's trying to get that bike sorted. We know Slater's had a few issues with that shoulder.
So battle then for second place, still going with 5 to go. Woody all over the back of Jake Sayer as they make their way into the off-road. Lambourne is not escaping. Only 2 seconds. There's Lambourne in front. It's comfortable, as in I'm leading and they're not all over me, but as soon as we get into lap traffic, which probably going to get away with looking at it, that can evaporate in no time at all. You see spinning the rear up there on that loose. The berm kind of runs out on the inside about halfway up the hill, which means that the outside line comes into favour around there where they're starting to turn back on themselves. Otherwise it would mean that the inside line is always the line. So a great piece of track improvement, and Sayer just starting to get a bit of a gap on the 82 of James Wood as they come past the end of pit lane. And like I say, Woody had to give himself a bit of a clout at Rowrah and has been just getting himself back into it, I think, a little bit, but this is as good a run as he's had for a few weeks.
Yeah, so Woody, I think, does have the edge on the tarmac. See there, Jake Sayer trying to keep as close to that curve as possible to not give him the opportunity to dive up the inside. Woody doing everything right though, trying to take a wider line to try and get the run, but just spun up a little bit there at the top and I had to dab a foot.
Just ran out of room, didn't he? But he is definitely putting the pressure. I'd like to see him go the other line here. I'd like to see him go inside and see what he's going to do, because he's not going to pass. If Sayer makes a mistake, he'll just go straight to the scene of the accident. So that, to me, this is where he's not get under enough pressure from Wingate to give up that position if he goes wide. And I think realistically, if he doesn't make that decision to try the other line, I can't see him making that pass as we watch the rest of them come through the off-road.
That was Scotty right there, I think, taking the outside, showing that it does work for you. I think he managed to make his way past, I think that might have been Luke Armitage. So showing that those two lines are very evenly matched if you can get it turned in that tight inside berm after the tabletop.
So is Woody going to have a run down the inside here? No, Sayer chops across him, but he's letting him know he's there, isn't he? He's not. I thought that at one point Sayer had just started to break away and Woody had started to lose it a little bit, lose the toe, but he's back on him, and it's going to be a long 4 laps for Jake Sayer. Well, 3 laps to go now as it just ticks down another one. But he hasn't got the straight line speed on the Husky.
The gap out to Chris Lambourne, though, has opened up to 3.2, so he's definitely got some breathing room. But Dean Wingate now about a second back to James Wood as they cross the off-road. You can see how much that closes up through the dirt, though.
None of them deciding to take the other line. We'll be having words after this. And again, we can just see that other view of that turn. There's a wide line there that looked like it might open up a little bit, but it doesn't seem that anybody's using that. I mean, it may be that it's just too difficult to get onto. But Sayer then has just broken away a few bike lengths, and it's going to take a bit of head down from Woody to get back on the back of the 311 Honda as they come round the end of pit lane. But he's already there, look. So he obviously carries a lot more speed on the tarmac. This was where we saw him try and make a move on the last time by, but wasn't able to do so.
There is absolutely nothing in it lap times wise between these top 3. It is only Wingate that I believe has made it into a 1:16.9. Yeah, I see there the 51 of Jason Slater there, pulling over to the side just to let them past after his tumble.
All of a sudden, Wingate's part of this two-man battle for second is now a 3-man battle for second, and so Wingate not ridden really at all this year. Did he ride much last year? I can't even remember seeing him ride. I think he did the odd race.
Yeah, he rode the Husky last year, but like you say, I think he has been putting a lot more time and effort into Bell's racing, which is definitely paying off.
But he's closed in on the back of the 82 Bathmate Husky off James Wood, and Wood will now have to be very careful. It's like the 111 of Duncan Wright, but there they are off the off-road at the far end of the circuit.
Good ride for the 101 of Neil Mealing there. We saw him through the off-road. He's currently sat in 9th alongside the 167 of Michael Craig.
So by my reckoning, Chris Lambourne then, again, he's off the front of this one by 4 seconds almost now. So the Prof has set sail and got himself away at the front. There he goes. But this is the battle then for second, and the chance to join the A Group riders. Last lap flag is out. So it is the last lap. Is Wingate going to try and do a run round the outside of the 82 of James Wood? He shapes up, he'll cut back on the inside. Oh, not able to do it. He's spinning the rear up. He'll run out of road there. He does narrow down.
Yeah, Sayer will be trying to make that the widest Honda in existence, try and keep these two behind him. Wingate taking that alternative line though, so he's doing all the right things there. So
here he goes then, Rue round the outside. Is he going to make it? It's close, but not close enough. I think if he'd have done that a couple of laps before, so he would have known what he'd got when he got there, I think that he'd have been a bit faster. But again, it's easy for us sat here having not ridden the track today. But he had a good look over his shoulder to see if he'd got anything to give up, and he tried to do it. But it is going to be a nice victory for Chris Lambourne, and he will start on the back of the A Group race later on this afternoon. He will move up And it's still close in the background. I think Woody might even have a chance to have a run at Jake Sayer down to the line, but we'll watch Chris Lambourne then. Oh, it is tight.
Woody needs to be careful that Wingate doesn't sneak up the inside there.
Oh, it was close, but it is Sayer that just holds on for second place from James Wood and Dean Wingate. So that is your top 4 in B Group Race 1. That was a good race. And like I say, there's going to be a lot of guys and girls out in the next one that expect to be up in the A Group.
Still got a big old battle in the mid-pack there, so that is Scott Wright, Dean Wingate and Neil Nealon. There we go, as they cross the line. So it was Craig from Wright, from Nealon, from Duncan Wright. So really close across the line from them. Less than a second covering between 10th and 12th.
It's a big field in this one. We had 26 starters, I believe. 28, so that will go to 30 for race 2.
Another mention is Dax Almond actually taking the fastest lap on that one. But he actually comes across the line in 20th, so whether he's had a bit of a tough race.
Well, we saw him go down in the off-road early on, but I didn't think he'd lost that much time. But he's ended up there in 20th, just behind David Blanks, another rider returning to the paddock, so good to see Blanks out there as well. And
Jake Bunting, another rider, making a return, so we saw him a few times last year in our novice championship, but good to see him there up in the B Group on board that number 444 Goon Squad racing machine.
So here's our A Group then in the pit box, waiting to go out on the circuit on the left-hand side there. Championship winner from last year, Chris Hodgson. So British Supermoto Group A, brought to you by Trips.uk. Next race out on circuit. And as we wait for everybody to make their way out onto the grid. So Hodgson 4th and Mulaney 5th in Super Pole. And then I believe it was Duncan, Jamie on pole, Jay Smith, and then Richard Blakeman.
Yeah, so we've got Jamie Duncan, that Fat and Fast Racing, on pole for our race 1. Another rider that's currently leading our British Supermoto Championship, we can see him there, followed by teammates Richard Blakeman and Oliver Holmes. Another rider that's having a great season so far, the fastest pizza man on track, I'd say. I don't know if you have already, but you need to try one of his pizzas.
Who's that?
Oliver Holmes.
Oh, right, okay, no. All right, so I'll consider that something that I need to do. Also, there was the 108 of Dean Hillier, who's been a pretty solid performer so far this year. Also going through shot there, the 61 Bathmate KTM of Andy Mitchell. He took a solid 8th place at Crail. And like I say, for a man, the good side of 50, the man who I consider the godfather of British Supermoto, been at the top level for almost 20 years now and still able to bang it in the top 10. So the 61 in there, he qualified down in 16th position, just there behind Seth Gibson, but not so much of a qualifier now, Andy, but he's definitely, he's definitely a Sunday man. Obviously it's Saturday today, of that I am aware, but he's always the guy that's there or thereabouts. And when there's pieces to be picked up, a decent start, Andy always makes the best of it. Kyle Eccleston going through there as well. So a 20 rider field then for this first of our Trips.uk British Supermoto Championship Group A races. We'll see these guys then doing the off-road section and getting all the jumps just exactly as you need to do them. It's very, very you're half a wheel short or half a wheel long. It can upset the bike very, very badly and end up throwing you offline. But you can see that the inside and outside line being tried by quite a lot of people. There's the number 94 of Lee Willow Williams on the high-tech coatings Husqvarna.
Yeah, Lee had a good qualifying just outside of our Super Pole in 6th. So he'll be starting on the second row for this one.
A reminder again that this meeting is the John Blakeman Memorial, and John say, a larger-than-life figure in the paddock, and dad to Richard has been on a couple of years now, and always remembered at this second visit of the year to Three Sisters, and trophy named in his honour for this event as well, I believe. It's usually presented at the end of the race weekend. And Blakeman Jr. has played his joker. I'm expecting decent things from Richard. He's been a bit, I'll say, under the radar. He's been solid so far all season, but you usually see him have a couple of standout rides mid-year that kind of elevate him.
Yeah, he was unlucky at Crail with a puncture.
He was unlucky at Crail with a puncture, as was Jay Smith. But all of those guys there or thereabouts. So Chris Hodgson there on the number one on the right-hand side of the front row. He is, I think as long as he's on the front row, he'll be fairly happy. And obviously there's a little bit of stagger there, so he's got a little bit more distance to cover. But as the red flag is waved at the front of the grid, we wait for them to go. Away they go, everybody away. A bit of a wheelie from Hodgson. It's a good start from Jay Smith. Smith is going to take the whole shot on the 33. Trips.UK KTM. He leads into turn one.
And he leads us now down the first off-road, squaring it off now for the second, up over that tabletop, and it looks like he's followed by the 54 of Richard Blakeman. But Jamie taking that inside line to then to the outside, and it looks like he may have made a pass for the lead there.
He does, as we've got a change for the lead. He has, he's pushed it up the inside. So the Scotsman then forces his way to the front. So for the first time we see the joys of the inside and outside line, and Duncan then forces his way through past Jay Smith on the Contract Solutions KTM.
Yep, great move there from the number 7 of Duncan, choosing to take that alternative line, showing just how close they are. So it's Duncan from Smith, from Blakeman, and then Hodgson.
Richard Sharp looks like he's the rider there in the background on the 217. Trips.UK Husky, he's back from injury after breaking his collarbone in the final race at Crail 3 weeks ago. So he's been bolted back together, and he's out there, I won't say struggling his way round. Was that a pass from Hodgson up the inside? It
looks like it. Yeah, Hodgson making his way up the inside of the 54 of Richard Blakeman.
So a four-rider battle at the front. So this time Duncan goes outside, Smith goes inside, makes a mistake. Is that going to allow Hodgson a chance to run round? It is. Jay's made a bit of a mess there. He's going to go back to fourth here, you know. He has. He's gone back to fourth. So having seen... we've got a yellow flag. Somebody down. That looks like...
I think that's the 61 of Andy Mitchell.
That looks like it was Andy Mitchell. But then... So Duncan then leads from Hodgson. There's Hodgie in second. So it's all action at the front of this first Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship race. The 40th anniversary red coloured TM of Chris Hodgson. Closing down on the race leader as they come to the end of lap 2, and this is where I expect the straight line speed advantage of the TM, if it has one, to show itself. Duncan holding the inside line, sending Hodgie the long way round. No pass to be had at the top there.
Yeah, Jamie positioning that fat and fast machine exactly where it needed to be to keep the number 1 of Hodgson behind him. But again, taking that outside line to the inside. Looks like they've all chosen that one on that lap.
And props is actually Lee Williams there in 5th position. Sharpie back to 6th. So Williams then in 5th place on that high-tech coatings bike, and had a decent qualifying. But our race leaders then through the chicane onto the start of the pit straight. A little bit of a moment there for Duncan as they come out of that turn. These two starting to move away at the front. Then Blakeman then just losing the toe in 3rd.
Yeah, Hodgson definitely putting the pressure on, so it looks like he goes to the inside, but Duncan closes the door and cuts across as they make their way around Luna, this triple apex corner, heading out onto our start finish. So Chris will now be looking to see if he can line that move up that he did on Blakeman as they head up towards the off-road, but he's not quite close enough.
He just runs a little bit wide there to try and get the run on him, but Not having it. So is he going to go to the inside here? He looks like he's going to try, and he's got the space behind him. So Duncan then will see him and know that he's there, and he'll feel the pressure. He'll know that if he makes a mistake, then Hodgson's just got the free rein to ride past him.
Yeah, it didn't look like it was any quicker for Hodgson to take that outside line, but I think, like you say, he did the right thing. All it would have taken was for Jamie to make a mistake, and then he'd have been caught right up in that. I
think it makes it all the more impressive, the pass that Duncan did round the outside of Jay Smith as they went into there for the first time. So the Scotsman just picked the line and went, right, I'm not following, I'm going to do this, and he made it stick as they got to the tabletop. And he may even be just a little bit further ahead than he was in the last race.
I think we've also had a pass for 6th, so Alex Mullaney looks like he's made it past the 2:17 of Richard Sharp on that last lap, looking at our timing screen. So it's Duncan from Hodgson, Blakeman, Smith, Williams, Mullaney and Sharp as we head into our 4th lap.
So no apologies for following this battle at the front then. This is the sharp end of the race, and Hodgie gets the inside line. So Duncan will know he's behind now. He's got to get the gas on. He'll take that position back, but it will put him under pressure. Onboard shot there. Who's that?
I'm trying to figure it out who that is. So I think that maybe, yeah, that's Richard Sharp we're on board with there. So there's Lee Williams, has just gone down in the off-road. And you can see him there trying to chase down the 100 of Alex Mullaney. See just how dry it is. So we struggle to see this bit on our cameras, but you can see that transition from off-road to tarmac as they make their way up to the tabletop, and I'm sure you'll clear this perfectly.
Meanwhile, Hodgson all over the back of Duncan as they come down the Rogerson Straight. Not close enough to make the pass, but he will put the pressure on our championship leader, Jamie Duncan.
Yeah, Chris has been all over the back of him for the last few laps, so it's 6 to go now. You can see there Smith and Blakeman having their own little battle. Blakeman not quite close enough, but taking that wide line to try and get the run on him as they head down the off-road.
So that's been a pass for position then, because Smith is now in front of Blakeman, which I missed earlier on, didn't see that happen. So Jay on the Trips.UK MTR KTM, finding his way past the fat and fast KTM of Richard Blakeman. Struggling to keep the bike tucked in tight there. So Smith back up to 3rd then, and obviously recovering, drop back to 4th on the opening lap.
Yep, Smith there making his way down Paddock Straight, closely followed by the 54 of Richard Blakeman.
Yeah.
Both hugging that inside line, taking this one slightly wider.
But back with our leaders then, and Hodgie still holding a watching brief. Is he just waiting, picking a moment? Is he going to just sit there, put Duncan under pressure? He's making Jamie ride. He's going to cut back underneath him here. Is he going to? No, he's going to go wide. He's trying to shoot down. Oh, a little mistake from the KTM rider. And again, Duncan having to close everywhere to stop Hodgie making a move. And again, he'll just drop that KTM. Oh, mistake. So all of a sudden, oh, this is going to be tight at the top of the hill. Oh, it's Hodgie. Not quite. But it does show that there's pressure to be applied. Oh,
he's sideways.
Oh, there we go. Pass for the lead.
Yeah, Hodgson has made it past as they head now over the tabletop. So that mistake from Jamie there on coming off the off-road shows just how slippy it is as he's lit the back end up of that fat and fast machine.
That was excellent riding from Hodgson there. He just let Duncan know he's there all the time. Show him a wheel. Let him think that I'm going to get to that next bit in front of him. And Duncan just got a little bit out of shape as he landed off that second tabletop, lost the rear, and Hodgie was there to pounce, and it was literally half a bike length that Duncan lost, and Hodgie managed to be in the right place, and he stole the lead after putting him under pressure for the last 4 laps, and finds his way to the front on the TM UK bike. Really, really good bit of riding. Smith there in 3rd, Blakeman still fairly close by in 4th, 5th Mullaney, 6th Richard Sharp. So is there going to be any answer from Jamie Duncan? Let's have a look. I think Duncan might have had him back, I think he has.
He has through the off-road, so Jamie decided to take the outside line and has done the same pass on Chris, I believe, that he did to him coming off the off-road. So if we take a look, yep, it's the number 7 takes the lead.
So great, we just saw that in the background. I've got to be honest, I expected Chris to check out, but so whatever Jamie's doing around that other line, he's got the advantage. So Hodges going to have to do this all over again. He's gone wide, he's going to try and get the run down the Rogerson straight. That's at 450 TM. He seems to get out the corners just a little better than the number 7 Mike, but it's obviously it's very, very difficult to judge. A look over the shoulder, Duncan knows exactly who he is and where he's going to try. Hodgie tries to come round the outside, but he's not going to get a wave by from the number 7. So, Duncan just almost parked the bike in that turn there, not giving Hodgson the ability. Hodgson makes the mistake this time, so Duncan then will gain a lot of an advantage. He'll take the shorter route. And again, just another bobble from Jamie Duncan, and Hodgie makes the mistake this time.
Yeah, it shows just how tricky this off-road is, that even our championship leaders are struggling with it and making mistakes lap after lap. But we've got 3 to go, and it is still the number 7 of Jamie Duncan that leads. That gap has opened up slightly after those few mistakes from the number 1 of Hodgson there.
Well, I'll have to say, this is vintage stuff from JD, because when I saw Chris find his way through, Chris's normal plan of attack is just away you go, and another mistake from Hodgie, just losing the front there. So Duncan then not giving this one up at all.
Yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on the background as well to see if we can see that battle for 3rd between Smith and Blakeman.
But this at the front then, again, still too close to call. I think JD, Chris has hit the tyre on the inside.
Yeah,
as that tyre got dragged out.
Big moment there for Hodgson, nearly over the bars, saw him feet off. But it's Jamie that capitalises on that, taking that line that he's preferred. See there, the 817 of Harley Shark getting out of the way. Don't want to be messing with this group.
Well, this is excellent from Jamie Duncan. He's been under pressure for the whole race. He took the lead with a great pass at the start. He's the current championship leader. He's had the current champion pass him. He's passed him back, and he's currently enjoying a lead that is as big as he's had for the whole race, coming into get the last lap flag, I believe, next time by, according to our timing. Just lights the rear up a little bit, but nothing to worry about. So it is. So Kirk sticks out the last lap flag. So this is it then. So what we need to know is how close does Jamie Duncan think Chris Hodgson is? And here's Hodgie down the inside again. There's no real way to make the pass there. He'll just pole put it there. See, this is what Hodgie tried to do last time. Get up the inside. That's a nice move. This might be quick. Now this is going to be really tight. This is going to be really tight. JD's lit the rear up, but he's managed to hold on to it.
Yeah.
Just no mistakes here. He's tiptoeing around there. He's right on him. This is epic stuff.
Sat here watching this with bated breath. The number 7. That gap has closed right down on this last lap. So the number 1 there keeping the pressure on. He's trying to cut a little bit tighter, and he's going for the inside.
He's gone down the inside. What a move. All I said is he's just sitting there, and, well,
it's all or nothing now for the number 7 of Jamie Duncan. Can he make a pass on this last lap, last corner? I don't think he's close enough.
He's not. Hodgie's going to win this one then. What an epic race. What a way to open our race weekend here at Three Sisters. Jamie Duncan's going to be really, really annoyed with himself about that, but I think that says more about the quality of Chris Hodgson than anybody else. It looks like Blakeman's managed to pat his way through Jay Smith. Jay does not look happy about that. Next rider through is going to be Richard Sharp. So Sharpie takes a 5th. Then it's going to be Alex Mullaney. That's a decent ride for Alex then. He's been on the struggle bus a little bit this year, trying to find his way on that TM. He's a very young rider, 17 or 18 years old, and changing machinery. Halfway through the season is changing machinery at the start of the season, and it's took him a while just to get everything going in the right direction. But that's a good fifth place for him. And it's Chris Walker, Lee Williams, Peter Bennett. A great 10th place then for Paul Groom, 11th Seth Gibson, 12th Darryl Pennington, 13th Ollie Holmes, 14th Carl Eccleston, 15th Ian Bremner, 16th Dean Hillier, 17th Blaine Pearson, and 18th Andy Mitchell. Well, that was a cracking opening race, and no mistake. Trips.uk British Supermoto champion delivering all the action, and judging by Jay Smith's demeanour as he came across the line, I think that it's fair to say that Richard Blakeman launched a bit of a move maybe on that final lap, and as a result managed to nab that third. But don't forget, it's double points then for Richard Blakeman this weekend, so it's not a case of every point counts, it's more a case of every point counts double. You can see there that we've got a nice little bit of breeze here at the Three Sisters circuit. It has been a nice day. The onboard camera then of Richard Sharp. Not sure who that is in front of him, whether that might be the 817. That's his son, who looks like he may well have been down. We definitely saw him getting lapped. So as we just wait then for our top three to get themselves organised down there and go down to Danielle in pit lane. That was an absolutely fantastic first race, or first group of races this weekend. We are ready now to go down to Danielle in the pit lane.
Our top three from race one, and in third it was the 54 of Richard Blakeman. Made the pass on the last lap on Jay there.
Yeah, I'd kind of been lining him up 2 or 3 laps before, and had a couple of attempts at him on the dirt around the outside, and I was just a little bit too shy, but he ran wide, I outbraked him, was quite good. I enjoyed that.
We heard you all just saying there that you are struggling a little bit with arm pump. It's a really tough track this time, isn't it?
Yeah, we came in the beginning of the week to readjust it, and going around the inside and the outside, it's really bumpy, but it gives you a bit more arm pump. But it's good though, keeps you fit, keeps you going.
Yeah, we can see just how close those lines are, and to have a chat about that, we've got in second Jamie Duncan. You used both those lines. That pass on Jay on that first lap, absolutely great pass there.
Yeah, I mean, I got a bad start. It's the first time I've done a start on this thing, so didn't know what I was going to do. Going up the first corner, I just didn't get around that very good, and a few of them got past me, and I thought, well, none to lose here, so I just went for it. And it kind of showed how even the lines are going around there, because Chris was going outside, I was going inside. But yeah, you have to be committed to one of them.
Yeah, it was definitely bumpy, and we can see that on the live stream. Also good to see that you're enjoying riding your new KTM FS 450.
Yep, got to say Trevor done a good job on this, and it's on par with the TMs now, so hopefully that makes things a bit easier keeping up with them.
Yep, so you'll be starting P2 for race 2. So we'll go and have a nosy now to... Here is Chris Hodgson, our race leader. You didn't have that one easy.
No, it was a good race. I enjoyed that with Jamie. Probably doesn't know, but old Dirty Duncan was at it again. It was like following Dick Dastardly, kicking tyres out in front of me, and you know, he tried his best, but no, I really enjoyed that ride. The off-road lines mix it up. It's just so mad to see. You know, I felt like I was in front, and then Jamie obviously the inside shorter route. It was a really good race. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it looked amazing on the stream to see just how close you were, and both of you going round taking the different lines. You didn't know who was going to come out in front, so you kept that exciting for us. I don't know about Jamie being dirty. We know he's still partially injured, but I think it'll be all to play for race 2, won't it?
Yeah, I mean, it just sets up a good stead for the day. You know, I'm looking forward to race 2, and hopefully we can get back out and have some more good battles.
I think we're all looking forward to it. So we're going to take a little bit of a break now, and then we will come back for our Academy Race 2.
Well done, boys, give them a round.
So as Daniel says, we're going to take a bit of a break then, and we will be back later on. So our break then, we are due back at, according to that, 5 to 3 with our Academy Race 2, another group of races which will take us through to just on 4 o'clock, and then back with Academy Race 3 at 25 to 5 this afternoon. So we will take a short break, and we will be back with you for our second block of races from Three Sisters very shortly. So welcome back then to Three Sisters here at Ashton Makerfield near Wigan for our second block of races in round 5 of the Trips.uk British Supermoto Championship. Weather is still holding off. We've had a few spots of rain in that lunch break, but still clear and dry at the moment. On track at the moment, the site lap for our Supermoto Academy Race 2, brought to you by FF Solutions Design and Build. That's Jay Smith's company down there in London, who will look after your building needs. So I think they've done a little bit of work in the off-road in the lunch break. I did hear talk of them getting the roller out, and whether that's there's a little mini digger been out and done some scraping work, so it's going to have taken some of the braking bumps out of the circuit. But only good words around the paddock for the track today. The new off-road certainly seems to have hit the spot.
Yeah, speaking to a few of the riders over the lunch break, a lot of them saying that it's good that the additional work they've done to it since our last round here. A lot of people saying that those braking bumps were challenging. So speaking to our top 3 on the podium earlier, all of them saying that those bumps were challenging and giving them a bit of arm pump, but that's what it's here for. It's here to be challenging, and it definitely added a lot of excitement to our day.
And we did see a fantastic race then in our first set of championship races, especially our A group race, which was a win by Chris Hodgson, which he snatched on the final lap from Jamie Duncan after making the pass earlier in the race and having Duncan come back at him, which is bodes well for the rest of the afternoon. We are about to get underway with race 2 for our academy class.
I think there at the bottom of the screen we have Andy Smith, Jay Smith's dad, being one of our marshals today.
He is indeed.
That's nice to see him.
He is indeed. Yeah, he's down there. Our usual group of marshals, I'll say spread a bit thin. That sounds bad, but we have a meeting at Aintree, which is just up the road this weekend today. So we've just got a few stand-ins. Andy Smith, been around a long while. He knows how to wave a flag, and so Jay was stunned as well, because he said he went round on one of the site laps and just saw his dad stood there at the side of the track and didn't even know he was doing it. So quite cool. But anyway, back to our academy, and obviously Jay Smith sponsoring this class, and we wait then. So the 08 then of Blake Wilson on pole, ran and hid at the front of this one in race 1, but a decent battle then with Archie Ormrod, Archie Reynolds and Liam Pearson for the first few laps. It did get a bit spread out, but it's just, I think with the when we have less off-road, the riders tend to stay together more, but the off-road skills are what the separator is now. So I think as a result we get to see it a little bit more spread out. Liam Pearson on the outside of the front row on the 150 Automotive Solutions gas. Away they go. Well, decent jump from Archie Reynolds.
Yep, great start there from Archie Reynolds, but I do think it will be the
Ormrod's
08.
looks like Ormrod's got the lead as they went into their turn for the first time, and it is indeed the number 40 of Archie Ormrod who takes the lead. So we'll need to see which way he goes. Wilson follows. In fact, they all take that outside line. And like I say, didn't get a chance to have a look at it in the lunch break because I was lunching, but did have a quick chance to have a walk around the pits. And Ormrod then, we used to seeing him at the front. The rest of the riders picking their way. If you can see that they're just riding, it's a lot smoother for them. They were bouncing around all over the place. Or much better run through the dirt. Oh, Wilson dives down the... Ormrod shut the door there, didn't he? Yeah,
Wilson managing to clear that tarmac tabletop on board that KTM. Ormrod not quite doing it. You can see the advantage that gave the number 8 of Wilson, who goes round the outside to set him up nicely for the inside, and that is a pass for the lead.
So Wilson just has that road racer style, and it's the way you need to ride certainly half of the tarmac here at Three Sisters. But it's fair to say that Archie Ormrod now, he's getting to be a bit of a big fella, isn't he, for his age? And when he was first onto that 85, it fitted him like a glove, but now he's starting to look a bit big and gangly on that bike, and he certainly looks a little bit bigger than Wilson. And with both of these bikes fairly equal with power output, a mistake from Wilson there, and Ormrod no second invitation needed there, straight back up the inside.
Yeah, great pass there from Ormrod to dive up the inside. Only took a small mistake from Wilson, and he definitely capitalised on that. So we can see him now making his way through the off-road. We saw this exit causing a few issues. Little bobble there, but nothing out of turn. But it'll be here that I think Wilson will try and again go for that pass. You can see he just clears that tabletop really cleanly, but Ormrod covering the inside to not give Wilson the same line as before.
So is he going to know he's coming this time and move him over? He has, he's moved him over. Wilson's going to try and go around the outside again. Ormrod needs to shut the door. He needed to move over. He needed to run the Jamie Duncan line there, which is just run wide and not give Wilson the track position. But to be fair, it's you don't want to be riding all over the track. It's predictable lines. So if Ormrod can keep his head down, he's got a chance to chase down the 0.8 at the front. Reynolds currently third. Fastest lap then for Archie Ormrod. Although quite how you do the fastest lap of the race and lose the lead. Oh, Wilson, another big mistake. And Ormrod takes the lead again. We got a race.
Yeah, good to see that Archie Ormrod and Blake Wilson can actually have a bit of a race here. So we've seen, and he goes down. So he just tucks the front there, didn't get that front wheel into that inside berm. So that's going to give Ormrod the lead he needs now to try and run away at the front. You can see there on his way out of the off-road. So Ormrod managing to stay in front.
So will that let Archie Ormrod off the hook? But we saw that Wilson was between 2 and 3 seconds a lap faster in the first one, and we just have to see what the gap is when they come across the line. But Ormrod can't take this lead for granted, because Wilson will get a bit of a wriggle on. See, that's the line that he really needed to ride last time by. But in fairness to him, there's a point at which there's showing somebody the edge of the track and there's pushing them on the grass. And in fairness to Archie Ormrod, I think he knew that Wilson had got the speed on him, and he didn't do the dirty on him. So Ormrod then will come across the line, and this will put them with a win apiece, assuming he can hold on till the end of the race.
Yeah, there is still 6 laps to go here, Phil, so we'll keep an eye on Ormrod. Takes that nice wide line to be able to square it off down this off-road section. And Blake Wilson has managed to stay in second, so he's currently 6.7 seconds behind our leader on that last lap. So we'll keep an eye in the background to see if we can see the flash of orange from Wilson. There wasn't much in it between Wilson and Reynolds either, so looking at lap times, however, there's quite a gap. So I think it is going to be Wilson's to lose if he doesn't catch up to Ormrod on this one.
Ormrod seems to have a bit of more zip about him in this one than he's had for a few races. Like I say, I know he's been dabbling a little bit on the he got a road race bike as well, and maybe jumping from one to the other, not giving him the comfort level that he needs. It's a big jump from I think he's got a 300 or something, and but jumping back onto this little 85. We'll see what the lead is next time by. So it was 6.7 across the line. We've got a little bit of traffic in the off-road there. I'm not quite sure who that is.
I think that is Ollie O'Gorman there, that's trying to get his bike restarted. So we'll keep an eye on our timing now. So I can see, I think that was Blake Wilson in the background there. So the gap's down to...
That's Ormrod seized up. You heard the engine go at the end of the straight. He's got off the throttle. Oh, that's not great. He's leading the race and the bike's let go, but the thing with these 2 strokes, you've absolutely got to be spot on with the jetting. It's a long straight.
We could hear it a few laps as he was coming down the box into that first off-road section. Sounded like it was clattering slightly. These bikes don't run slipper clutches, so feathering the clutch into that. But unfortunately, that's a real shame for Ormrod. He's had a great ride. You can see how much it means to these guys. So Ormrod knows that today was meant to be his day, but unfortunately he struggled there. But Blake Wilson, that's let him off the hook a little bit here. So that mistake he made 2 laps ago, he's now back out at the front with a fairly sizable lead to the number 5 of Archie Reynolds, the TM Leeds UK rider.
Well, we were robbed of a decent battle there, unfortunately. But as I was saying, it's coming down the hill. Oh, Edward Darnton pushing in as well. Just looking out the window. So there's been a couple of mechanicals in this one, but this is a fast back straight. And this is the point where when they come down the gearbox and they're just banging it down with a closed throttle, two-stroke engine needs fuel to get lubrication. So you really need to... and Wilson does the same thing. Has he done the same thing? Was that just running out of... I won't say running out of talent, but did he just run out of it? No, it's restarted. So he didn't seize. He just got on the back brake a little bit hard on the way in. And the rear came round on him. There's a few stones there on that bit of the track now. That off-road much quicker now we've had it rolled out. So that'll give Archie Reynolds second and move Liam Pearson to third. So a decent ride for the 150.
We can see them both here heading through the off-road. So Pearson trying to take that inside to outside line to close in on the number 5 of Archie Reynolds. Not quite close enough for a pass just yet. And then further down in the field, it looks like we've got Leon Tall that's made a pass up to 5th. So there's our man in second. That's number 5 of Archie Reynolds on board that TM Leeds UK 85.
Yeah, and the 40th anniversary colours there of the red. So he's been a bit off colour as well. Look, he was a bit better at Crail, but struggled a bit at Rowra. But this is where we've expected him to be. He jumped on this 85 TM at the beginning of the year, and he was instantly figuring in the top 3 or 4, and maybe just lost his way a couple of times, or maybe just Rowra and Crail not really his kind of circuits. But he's definitely back where we expect him to be, and this 85cc TM then one of the is the only off the shelf Supermoto bike that you can buy for this class, available from our partner TM Leeds, supplier of lots and lots of goodies available. That's a nice line through there. He's gone right around the inside of that. He's gone round the outside line, but he's gone right round the inside of the outside and missed all the holes and all the ruts. So that may be where he's picking his time up. Pearson's still there, close enough to pick up any pieces that there may be, but with just a couple of laps to go, I can't see that the 150 Gas rider is going to be able to make any inroads into the second position of Archie Reynolds.
No, watching this one, we've got there Archie Reynolds comes round onto our pit lane straight. See there, that feet on style, very similar to teammates Chris Hodgson and Alex Mullaney, trying to keep his feet on the peg. You see there, gently following, and there is Liam Pearson there in the background on board that Automotive Solutions Gas 85. Our leader looks to have checked out at the front again, so the 08 of Blake Wilson, he's currently got a lead of 19.5 seconds, so that's after 2 tumbles as well, so it does really show sort of how quick he is out there. He is in a class of his own at the moment. But it's last lap flag, and that looks like the 77 of Leon Tall, and I think that's a back marker, and then the 56 of Lily Road. So yeah, Lily there taking that wider line to get a square off down the off-road. But
so Lily then will be out in our next race as well, so that's already lining up in the holding area, so she's another rider doing double duty.
So the advantage of that is she's now going to know sort of the lines out here. She's going to go out on a larger bike for the C Group race. She's on board a KTM 250. But yeah, these kids are all fit as a fiddle. So these back-to-back races, watching them at Crail as well, they did excellent. But there is our race winner cruising across the line.
A checkered flag then for Blake Wilson, 2 for 2, but that could have easily gone to Archie Reynolds, to Archie Ormrod, and he'll be gutted. So fortunately, I think they've got a spare machine tucked away, so he'll be out in the next race, hopefully. But that was that was shaping up to be something decent. And like I say, the changeable conditions here, whether there's a few of these guys getting caught out with the jetting, the temperature has dropped. I mean, we were sitting in the comms booth, and it was more than, shall we say, it was a little bit warm, and now it's kind of just about right. So the temperature outside has dropped. We've got quite a lot of dark clouds around us, and although we had a few spit spots of rain in the lunch break, it has stayed dry. But whether that's caught these two strokes out with their jetting or not, I'm not quite sure. But anyway, that was a win for Blake Wilson. Second place, Archie Reynolds. Third, Liam Pearson. Fourth, Leon Tall. Fifth, Lily Rhodes. Sixth, Max Rhodes. Seventh, Belle Wingate. Eighth, Cole Reynolds. Ninth, Jackson Bennett.
Really great ride there from the number 10 of Cole Reynolds. So I believe, is he still on board a 65?
He's still on board a 65, and he was one of our Bambino class guys at the beginning of last year. So he's made some really good progress, and I think he's only like 8 or 9 years old. He's still
he looks tiny when he's out there. He's got some really snazzy, cool looking leathers on. I've seen those. I think they were fresh for Crail. And I think that's one of our other Bambino riders that's moved up. I think that was Jackson Nuttall. So he's got a new bike and it's all learning. So, yep, seeing these guys and girls out there, they've all done great today. Really feel for Archie Ormrod. But we'll now get ready for our C Group Race 2.
So it is indeed C Group Race 2, brought to you by Contract Solutions. Precision Engineers up there in Cooper in Fife. And sitting there looking like man ready to take on the world is the number 90 off Simon Bentley. Just getting a quick update then from Chris Walker, telling him he's got to beat Brett Barlow, sat there in third. So I think Brett will fancy himself for this one. Sean Jones there on the 164. He's been decent, and again he's due a win. He'll fancy himself for this one and then get himself up onto the back of the B group for the final race of the day. I think that's Neil Meelan sat there in fourth place. In fact, no, it's Jake Jennings, 225, sorry. So we'll wait for our grid to pop up on screen. Just waiting for the recovery of the Ormrod bike, and then we will be underway. 619 there of Brett Barlow. So he was running in second in the first one of these and tipped off in the off-road and ended up going back to 7th or 8th. And got himself back up to 5th, so we will start third. So there's the grid then. Sean Jones, Simon Bentley, Brett Barlow and Jake Jennings on row 1.
Then row 2 we have Dean Clark, Gavin Scaife, Rick Owen and Matthew Overton.
Andy Goodsall, Steve Smith, Michael Whittam and Farron Young.
Then we've got Dan Billam, Tommy Sayer, Gary Butler and John Oakes.
And the rest of them all on there. It's a decent, got 9 rows. It's busy old C group. So, just waiting for the recovery of the 85 up there, and then we can get underway with that C group race 2.
So, I know for the start of this one, I'll be keeping an eye on my teammate Andy Goodsall out there on the 714 AWG Husqvarna. So I think from 11th in the last one, he got himself up to first, into 4th on that first corner. So we'll keep an eye out for him. He's starting on row 3.
There's Steve Smith there. As you can see, this is a varied paddock. There's lots of old boys like myself out there, and lots of youngsters as well. Sophie Trotter at number 252 comes down. For whatever reason, not quite sure what's going on there. But so Selby then.
Can see there the 85 of Archie Ormrod's being recovered. So I can see that out of our comms box window. So it won't be long for these guys now until they're sent out to do their warm-up lap. Yeah, there we go.
Whistle blows.
Heading out.
And there is your teammate, Michael Whittam, 77. Tommy Sayer, John Oakes, and all the rest of them. So there's Barlow. Like I say, he's fancying himself a little bit these days. And I mean that in a good way. He's just getting... he started racing at the beginning of the season. This is round 5. and he kind of feels like he knows what he's doing a little bit now. He's in there with a few people that he feels he can race with. He's finding his lines, he's getting the setup on the bike sorted out, so he's got aspirations of improvement, and he has been decent, so hopefully he'll get himself away at the front and not have a mistake cost him the places, and getting yourself up into the next group will give him a chance to race against faster guys in the final race of the afternoon in the Bs. But obviously he has to make it there first, and that's not a foregone conclusion, because Sean Jones, Jake Jennings, Dean Clark, even Rick Owen, all capable of getting themselves in that top two, as is of course Simon Bentley, number 90. He's usually rides on a Saturday, comes and has a tickle round on a Saturday, and then packs up Sunday morning and gets himself home. And like he said, 2 days is it's nice to be away from the house for 2 days, but being away from the house for 2 days and 2 days of riding.
That's Jono, I think. There just had a little topple off in the off-road on the wall.
Did he go over the inside berm, or was he trying to ride the inside of the outside?
No, I think he was on the inside and went over the berm by the looks of it.
So so all the modifications done to the track, thanks to the Trips guys. I know Richard Blakeman was involved, found that out at lunchtime. He was up here in the week as well. So all you guys that put yourselves out to come over here and do the work, it is very much appreciated, and as a result this track just gets that little bit better. It's kind of the spiritual home of Supermoto. We've been coming here for 20 odd years now, and we've got the luxury of lots and lots of different layouts, and the improvements that we've made in the dirt just add a little bit to the circuit. We saw some great racing in our A Group race 1.
It looks like a new rider to me as well, that number 70 on the Husky, Gary Butler. He's, I think, starting in 15th on this one.
Yeah, he's pitched up with Dean Clark as he was at Crail, so maybe somebody that he's dragged into to come and have a go. And this is what tends to happen. You'll get somebody who'll come and have a go at it and enjoy it, and the next thing you know, they'll bring a couple of mates with them, and that's how the paddock ebbs and flows. People come and people go. There's the core of riders who've been here a long while, but as with any sport, people come and have a go at it and enjoy it. And maybe move on to something else. We've got our youngsters that move on to other things, long on to road racing. We've got the likes of Christian Eden and Davey Todd, who are paving the way in the world of professional motorbike racing off the back of starting their careers in this championship. So bringing these riders under orders then for race 2 of the afternoon, brought to you by Contract Solutions. And wait for the green flag at the back of the grid. Andy will raise the red flag, and there we go, and they will look at the lights, and we'll see who's going to get away from the grid. Away they go. Oh, big wheelie from somebody in the background. It's Barlow. Barlow's got the drop. So it's Barlow from Jones. Was that Michael Whittam there in third as they went into turn 1? No, it was Rick Owen, I think. Yeah,
that's Rick Owen, but it looks like Simon Bentley's fancying a bit of this, so he's trying to get round the outside of the 164 of Jones.
Oh, Bentley's having a bit of a go, then getting his elbows out. There's a little bit of plastic on the floor there, but it is Barlow that leads them through the off-road for the first time. Jones is there. Who's that round the outside? Is that Bentley? They're neck and neck.
Yeah, it looks like it is, so I think that is Jones, and then I think maybe, is that Jake Jennings there?
Possibly.
Yeah. There's Jake Jennings, there's Simon Bentley, then that's Rick Owen that we're following there over the tabletop. So, and is that... Oh, I'm trying to see who that is on the Bathmate bike.
So there's Bentley. The 47 in there. I'm not quite sure who that is on the back of the shirt as they went.
I think that's Matthew Overton, so one of our newbies for today.
Ah, right, okay.
Great start from him. I think he was the one that we caught just wheeling off the line, but it looks like he managed to get a good jump from it. Bentley just makes a pass. Difficult to get the start, yeah. Yeah, Rick Owen finding a way past Matthew Overton round Luna, so it looks like he has slight less experience on the tarmac. But we'll watch Rick Owen as he heads down into this off-road, followed by Simon Bentley. And then Is that Jono? Yeah, that looks like it's Jono up to 7th, so great start from him.
John Oakes then, the owner of Bathmate, who puts a lot of effort into this this championship. Just not finding it. So whoever Overton is, he's a motocrosser. You can tell by the way he's bullied his way through there.
Yeah.
He's trying to find his way back through past Simon Bentley. But Bentley slams the door on him. The rest of the riders then finding their way through this off-road section. And Bentley just coming up a little bit short there. And that Honda that he's on, I've raced against him on that, and I've not raced Simon for it got to be 7 or 8 years, so that bike not in the flush of youth, but it's decent enough at this level of racing. A decent decent fresh motor and some good tyres and brakes.
But it is the 619 of Brett Barlow who currently leads our C Group Race 2, followed by the 164 of John Jones, closely followed by teammate Rick Owen. So that cranked up racing team, who also have their YouTube channel. I'm sure this will make for some great content for the pair.
So if Rick Owen makes this pass, I'm taking all the credit. So I've been helping him with setup this weekend. Just moved his levers about and a few little bits and bobs to get him sitting a bit further back on the bike, because he was one of these guys that sat right up on the petrol cap, and he just looks a lot more comfortable. So we'll see if he can do anything with Sean Jones. And like you say, they're pitted together. It will be interesting. Bentley's still there in 4th, so he's come back at Overton on the tarmac.
It looks like John Oakes has also found a way past the 47 of Matthew Overton, who, like you say, I definitely think he has got a motocross background there.
I can remember when I first came to this from motocross, you were like, what little bit of off-road there was. Oh, big pass down the inside. Owen made that really nice, properly parked Sean Jones, and you know there's an onboard camera on that number 164, so that's going to be that'll be all over YouTube by middle of the week. So a nice pass then by Rick Owen, and Owen is now going to go after Barlow. The gap across the line last time, fastest rider on track, was the 351 of Rick Owen. It was only 1.2, so all of a sudden Owen is on the move, and he's just caught straight up onto the back of Barlow, and he's dropped Sean Jones like an hot potato. He's gone. Is he going to ride around the outside? Here we go. Oh, he's done him all. The elbows out. That was epic stuff. Brett made himself nice and wide, and Rick just had to back off there.
Yeah, all these guys super friendly in the paddock as well, so I'm sure they'll be having a laugh about that one later. Rick Owen definitely keeping the pressure on the 619 of Barlow now. Both taking that outside line. Not many choosing to try and make that inside burn through the off-road.
So Owen then, the man on the move, he just... I think that Barlow looks... I know that Brett suffers with arm pump quite bad, and he was looking at trying to get that sorted out at some point, which obviously most papers for tendonitis is it's an operation that sometimes a lot of it is mental. It's just about getting your bike set up nicely and not worrying too much, knowing when to relax, and more importantly knowing when to breathe, which sounds really stupid, but even somebody who's racing as long as I have, you still feel like some races you get 3 laps in before you've held a breath.
Yeah, I think Rick Owen now is trying to put a pass round Luna. I think he's going to try and get a bit of a cutback to try and go round the outside here. So, watching him, he does look like he carries a little bit more speed. He's
going to come back underneath him, like say, for the cutback. Here we go. He is... he's close, but Brett just closes the door. Nothing wrong with that at all. But Owen will be aware of the fact that he doesn't need to win this to go up to the B's. But a race win's a race win, and when there's one sat there in front of you, and all that is between you and the win is Brett Barlow, you're going to do what you can do.
Yeah, Barlow looking like he's got that advantage of being able to manhandle that 453 the off-road, so he's not small, is it, Brett? He makes that 450 do what he wants it to do. He's definitely throwing it around, so I think that plays to his advantage as well. See, they're just coming up on a back marker, heading up over that tabletop, nicely done as he heads down. But Rick Owen's still just there.
So 4 to go then, and Barlow just got a little bit of breathing space. They've dropped Jones and Bentley, and in fact Simon Bentley's still quite close over the back of Jones as they come past us. We might see them in the background, but Owen then again making a move clouds are coming over and it's getting dark. So whether we're going to see a little bit of rain. So here we go then. Owen round the outside. He's going to try and cut back Barlow. Hugs. Oh, he shows him the inside. He's not got the speed. It's so difficult to pass round there. In fairness, I think Owen got too good a run round the first part of Luna and then ended up almost running into the back of Barlow. They're not able to switch back underneath him. I really want to see one of them take the different line round here, but they don't want to give anything up.
Oh,
Bentley round the inside, yeah.
So Bentley taking that inside to outside line to try and make a move on the 164 of Sean Jones. So we'll see as they come off the off-road. He hasn't managed to make the pass, but at least he's tried that alternative line.
Barlow again not getting over that tabletop, but again it's a bit of a stretch for these riders at this level.
So watching in the mid-pack there, I think that was Michael Whittam, followed by Tommy Sayer. So that's down in 11th and 12th. Yeah, Farron Young also down there on that Husky. He's on his old bike. And then followed by teammate 671 of Steve Smith. He's having a good day.
So this time, Owen, is he going to try and push his way up the inside? Seems like Barlow takes up half the track here. He's a bit of a unit, but he's riding a good line. So here comes Owen down the inside. Oh, Owen's made the pass. Was that a wave by Brett? I saw his hand come off the bars there. I think it's fair to say that he will be blowing out of his proverbial at this point in the race with 2 to go. He just needs to hang on now. Jones is starting to close in, but Owen then, what a decent start, came through from 4th. So Barlow's done the other line.
Hey, and he's making it look quick.
He is, and he is going to run out of room at the top. He's not going to make it. But fair play to him for doing what you need to do, which is not follow. Jones is there. Jones has caught these guys up. He was a couple of seconds at least adrift. And all of a sudden, well, Rick Owen gets over that tabletop perfectly, and that's going to give him 3 or 4 bike lengths advantage as they come down here through the right hand and onto the pit straight. Oh, he's gone down!
Oh, what a shame. So Rick Owen just tucking the front there as they head onto the pit lane. So his chances of making it up into the Bs for race 3 have just been scuppered.
Oh, that's base. I don't feel bad for that now, because if he'd have been sat further forward, he wouldn't have lost the front. But anyway, we'll move on to that. But we've still got a battle. So all of a sudden, Sean Jones is in a position where he might nab that win. He's going up to the Bs anyway at this rate. So is he going to be able to make a pass on Brett Barlow as they come across the line? I'm just wondering if we got a little bit of liquid sunshine. Here we go down the inside. Jones is there. He's made the pass.
Yeah, great pass there from Sean Jones. Very similar to his teammates' pass on Barlow a lap previous. But Sean now needs to keep it together just for the last lap. So he's sat there in 3rd for most of this race, and he's let the race come to him. He hasn't pushed too hard. Barlow taking that alternative line again, good to see.
Yeah, I like that. I like the fact that he's not following. He's like doing the best that he can, and he is decent through the off-road. He hasn't got an off-road background at all. I don't think he's got any kind of racing background. So he's learning as he goes, and every race he comes to, he gets that little bit better. And the thing that you always want to do is you want to finish, or start the next meeting as you finished. Yeah, you did finish in the time wall there. Yeah, start the next meeting where you finished the last one and just improve a little bit. But it is Sean Jones. Is he going to take that elusive win?
Oh, he's just coming up on a back marker there, so I think that is May Chalice on board that KTM, but managed to find a way past the inside of it, and I think he might have it.
Obviously, May doing us all a disservice by deciding not to ride at Crail because she was performing at Glastonbury, which you got to say that's not really a difficult decision to make, is it? But a great win for Sean Jones. Oh, and Bentley got Barlow at the end.
Oh, what a shame. Oh, it was so close.
So maybe Barlow just got to the point where his arms were done and he couldn't hang on, and Bentlegs has nipped him at the end, and so he'll be the one that starts from the back of the B group, and we will get to see another Rick Owen Brett Barlow battle.
Yeah, I think that'll be an exciting race 3 for our C group riders.
So that's Yeah, okay, we're going to take something positive out of that. Who's that going through?
That is Tommy Sayer and Michael Whittam as they cross the line, and Steve Smith. So that was a battle to the line for 11th. So it just shows that there was battles going on throughout this race.
And that's the thing, it's sad for us, obviously, when I'm doing on-circuit commentary, I can talk about what I want. I'm looking at whatever I want to look at. Our camera crew's doing a great job of following the battles at the front, but this C Group class, there's great racing all the way through the field. And it's nice to see that the youngsters coming up, as we've got, I think that's Liam Pearson going across the line on his gas in 20th. And he finished 3rd in our academy race there, so he's done 2 races on the bounce, so he'll be fairly worn out. But yeah, all those battles, so gutted then for Rick Owen. I think that he just got off the brake in the middle of that turn and it just washed the front. But I'm going to have a catch up with him between races anyway. And but he certainly looked like he got the measure of everybody else as we look down to the start of our the pit lane for our B Group race. And there he is, the Dean, with the new to him CRF 450. This race brought to you by Race IQ. All of your race information in one place. If you log on to www.raceiq.com, and you can get the information for the launch date of that new race data service, as Robin gives them the whistle and the hurry up. So Woody then, 82 James Wood, the 125 of Dean Wingate, the 53 of Simon Burgess. He was decent in that one as well. Burgess running, obviously finishing 5th, and as a result he'll get a front row start then for B Group race 2. Chris Lambourne and Jake Sayer were the guys that finished 1st and 2nd. Good to see Jason Slater out there after his off-tweaked a knee and just give his shoulder a bit of a bash. As, there he is, Simon Bentley punching at Brett Barlow. Maybe there's a bit of sandbagging going on there, we'll never know. But Bentley then just checking everybody's picking up. So good race there. Sean Jones gets the win that he's been overdue for, and he'll get to start on the back of the B Group for race 3 with Simon Bentley. And Brett Barlow will be on pole position for C Group race 3. And like I say, if he can just get it so his arms will carry him 8 or 9 laps around the Three Sisters circuit, I'm sure we'll see him take a race win. Rick Owen will have something to say about that, though, I am sure. And like I say, do not underestimate how difficult it is to ride these bikes, the level of braking. Obviously, it's not road racing speeds, but the intensity of the circuit, with the amount of corners that we have and the shortness of the straights, there is really nowhere to rest. And I've seen the guys who think that they are fit and can ride motocross stuff and ride on the road come and do this and be absolutely hanging after literally 3 or 4 laps. So
yeah, I do think there is a big difference between being fit and being bike fit, and I don't think there's any better sort of training than actually being on a bike. So these riders that try and get out on the bike on the weekends that aren't race weekends, so whether that be motocross, whether that be on the road, it's all practice and it's all just getting time under your belt.
There's the is that the 691 of Calgary Junior? I think it was.
That was 692 of Calgary Junior, followed by the 691 of Calgary Senior on board that Berg.
Jeff Crowder's in there as well. Ollie Sims then, he came up with who did he come up with from the C Group last time? My notes will tell me. Oh, Jamie Wilson. So we got some stuff on Jamie Wilson. We got dropped off. He's a new rider to the paddock. And I did put it somewhere, and it's obviously disappeared. But
our front row will be the 82 Bathmate rider of James Wood on pole, followed by Dean Wingate, Simon Burgess and Luke Armitage there on the end. Then row 2 we have Paul Reynolds, Oliver Ross, Michael Craig and then Scott Wright. And row 3 we have the 101 of Neil Meelan, Duncan Wright, Calgary Junior, Andy Hayes and Jamie Wrigglesworth. And then following that we have Blake Wilson, Jake Bunting, David Blanks, Dan Spencer and Dax Almond.
So good to see Dave Blanks back in the paddock. He's been around a long while as well, and it's his first meeting of the year. This was what he told me, it's whether I'll keep the bike or whether I won't keep it. And I'm just like, you can't sell it, mate. You just need to sit it in the garage and come and do a couple of meetings a year. Keep yourself young. So yeah, Jamie Wilson then, he'll be on the rider on the back of the C Group. flag is waving. We wait for the lights to go out. Let's see who's going to make the whole shot in this B group. Race 2. Good start from Woody, but it looks like that Honda of the Dean Wingate is going to make it round the outside. No, he's not. Oh, it's going to be tight going into turn 1 as they come through, and it's Wood that leads.
Oh, I could see that Husserberg of Carl Geary getting all sorts of out of shape as they headed down that off-road. That's definitely a handful through this dirt section. See them all bunching up there, inside and outside. Oh, it looks like we've got a little topple there. So I can see Oliver Ross involved in that, and Carl Geary Jr. On board that KTM. So
Ollie
both
Sims
those
as well.
riders.
Ollie Granger there as well. So Sims then trying to get that at 450 fired back up. Let's go back to our race leaders then, as the rest of the riders make their way through.
Well, it looks like a good start for the 08 of Blake Wilson. You can see him up there with, I think that's Dan Spencer he's battling with, and Jason Slater there just behind him. But leading this one is the 82 of James Wood as they head into Luna, and that was a pass, I think, round the outside for Simon Burgess on the Dean.
He's going to get some stick about that in the paddock tonight. But anyway, Woody got a good start. He was there or thereabouts in race 1, which is obviously underlined by the fact that he started this one from pole. Simon Burgess, new rider, he was asking me about the quick shifter that his Husky may apparently have that he didn't know about, and I didn't know about either. But he's been getting better every week. And obviously Dean Wingate, he's an old stager. He's not that old, obviously, but he's been around a long while. Raced against Dean back in the day when he first started out with him and his brother. And he's a good rider. He's an A-group guy all day long when he's riding all the time. So to jump on that XJ Smith 450 Honda and be at the sharp end, he's doing pretty well, considering I don't think he's sat on a bike this year yet.
So watching there the mid-pack, so that is Dan Spencer there heading up over that tabletop. I think that was Carl Geary Senior and Junior there making their way through. I could see Jake Bunting there with legs off trying to paddle his way around that outside berm. But it's still the 82 of James Wood, followed by the 53 of Simon Burgess. Wingate looking like he was trying to have a look up the inside, but wasn't quite close enough to make a pass.
Shout out for the 145 of Luke Armitage as well. We came to the series halfway through the year last year as a novice, and he's already up at the sharp end as we watch Wingate power down the inside. And let's make no mistake, that is a very, very fast 450 Honda. In fact, I would hazard a guess that as nice as the Husky was that Dean rode, that's the fastest thing he's ever sat on. And he absolutely flew past Burgess down the start-finish straight.
Yeah, Burgess choosing to take that inside to outside line, and he does look like he's carrying enough speed, but that, yep, he wasn't quite close enough to be able to get alongside him over the tabletop, but that has meant that Armitage has closed that gap up to Burgess. So keep an eye as we head over the tabletop.
Just a note then, Jamie Wilson up to 14th, so the man who started from the back of the grid. And so I remember him as a motocrosser. He's a lot older than I thought he was, which is not really the truth. I'm a lot older than I think I am. So he's 46 years old, so he was a good motocrosser back in the day, but that day was a long while ago. But the speed is still there and the style is still there, and he's made his way up to mid-pack in this group already. So I would not be surprised to see Wilson into the top 10 at the close of this one and having something to say about the result at the end of the final. But it is Woody across the line with a handsome, probably 2-second lead, I would guess, or 1.9.
1.6 we had through there.
Okay.
So, a little bit of a bubble there at the top of the off-road, had to dab a foot. So that's giving Wingate the opportunity, a bit of a sniff, so he can see Woody's close enough. He just needs to keep it together as they head through the off-road. But Burgess again, trying that different line, doing everything right.
He is fast. I tell you who is fast through there is Luke Armitage in 4th.
Oh, it looks like we've got a bit of bunching up there, and that is Scott Wright on board that KTM.
So Burgess did make the pass on Wingate as he went round the outside there, Danielle, as you were watching the other guys in the off-road. Burgess made that outside line pay.
Yep, there he is in front of the 125 of Wingate.
Now is Burgess going to have the chance to run down James Wood, or is he going to get smoked down the straight again to Good to see that Dean managed to get into his old leathers, though. He is fit as a fiddle, though, isn't he? It's quite funny. He's just like, if we hadn't ridden for that long, well, when I've not ridden for a year, oh, mate, I'm never getting in these. But we all seem to manage it. But here's Wingate then. He's going to wind that Honda up onto the back straight, but I don't think he's close enough to be able to put a move on Burgess this time by. But he's right there, look. If he gets himself out of... and he tries to make a move up the inside, pushes Burgess wide, and Armitage is right there. So it'll be interesting to see which way Burgess goes in the off-road this time, whether he goes inside.
Yeah.
And he's going that way, so he's giving the line up. Armitage is going to do the same, and I think that Armitage will motor around the outside, but all of a sudden Burgess is all over Woody. He's going to make the pass for the lead here.
Woody closes the door on him as they come off that off-road section, but Burgess there trying to square off as they head over the tabletop, so that 1.5 second leads on the last lap has closed down to absolutely nothing as we now follow the battle for the lead of our B Group Race 2.
So they've already started. As we said, Armitage is up to third because he's put a pass on Wingate in the background, so it's all changed at the front. So James Wood then on the 82 Bathmate Husqvarna is still trying to keep his head down and get away at the front of this one with 5 to go. This will be the longest race that Woody's ever had.
I think that's Dax Almond down in the off-road. He doesn't look like he's wanting to rejoin. I think he may have wrapped himself around the bars on that one.
Yeah, looks like he's had a bit of a nudge in the misters there, so hopefully someone will pick his bike up. So Wingate then round the outside of Armitage. Now this is that is definitely youth versus old age and treachery, because Armitage still a youngster, definitely I think 17 or 18, not very old at all. Yellow flag waving then for the thing, and Woody trying around the inside. Not giving up the pass to Burgess. It was close last time. So I think Wingate's dropped off the back too much now. He lost too much time, and these guys have picked the pace up at the front to a level where he's just not able to hang. But impressed with Luke Armitage. We've not seen him for a couple of rounds either, so I don't know where he's been, but he's certainly having a good run in this one. And that battle that was looking like it was going to go the way of the number 125 of Dean Wingate has certainly ended up now with Burgess looking like he's going to find his way to what might well be his first A Group start of his career. I'll sit corrected if that's wrong, but this is certainly as impressive a ride as I've seen him have. And I will say the same for Luke Armitage, because he was, I believe he was rider of the day at our third meeting here last year, that was his first race.
Yeah, I think that looks like Dax Almond's going to try and rejoin. He's had a minute to compose himself. But again, it's Burgess trying that outside line. Can he get alongside? And he has.
Oh, he's round it, and he's took Woody wide. Oh, he's dropped it, he's took the front.
And Armitage!
Armitage scoots by. This is why this dirt section is fantastic. It causes people to make mistakes, and all of a sudden, Luke Armitage is staring down the barrel of an A Group start. And as good as he's been, I did not think we would see this soon. He's been a good rider, and he's down to be jumping up and down in the pits.
I'm sure he is. But yeah, that was a great pass. Luke Armitage capitalising on those mistakes there. So Woody didn't really have anywhere to go, and Armitage just nipped up the inside. But I do think Woody does have more experience on the tarmac, so we'll see him close up here round Luna. But Armitage will just have to ride defensively, try and cover off that inside. If Woody's going to go past it, he's going to have to make it difficult for him and send him the long way around.
He's not got the speed there. Armitage got down, got his head down going up the straight, and although Armitage is a little bit tentative there, Woody's not giving it up. But Woody will know that he doesn't have to win, and all of a sudden Dean Wingate is back in. Let's have a hat tip to Simon Burgess, because that was he raced his way to the front. It was a fantastic pass on James Wood, and he just got into that corner a little bit too quick, lost the front and ended up on his ear. And this is where you see he jumped into that turn and he just ran a little bit wide and took the front. But he definitely is going to be a candidate for victory as Armitage then pops over that tabletop on this penultimate lap.
It looks like Burgess has slotted into fourth but about 5 seconds behind the 125 of Wingate. So he's going to have to keep an eye out for the 177 of David Blanks, who currently sits in 6th.
Roxter Blanksy as well. He's another off-the-couch merchant this weekend. Not seen him race at all this year, but he's there in a good 6th place. Knows how to open the throttle, and he'll be enjoying that. But as we come round, and it should be last lap this time by, and with Dean Wingate closing down as we get a long look over the shoulder from Armitage, is Wingate going to put a pass on Woody? I don't think so.
Oh, that looks like Carl Geary Jr. on board that KTM, having a bit of an issue there in the off-road, trying to get that bike restarted.
This is all coming back together at the front, Danielle. Look at this. This is our top 3. Armitage, Wood and Wingate.
Yeah, Armitage looking fast through the off-road. You can see he gets on the gas a lot sooner than Wood or Wingate using that inside berm.
This is going to come down to a run to the line. I think, oh, Woody's gone wide. Manages to hang on to it though. This is going to come down to a run to the line between Wingate and James Wood for that 2nd position and the transfer to the A group. At this point, you're going to be asking yourselves whether they actually want to be in the A group or do they want to watch it. But both of these guys deserve their place on that grid. They're both A group capable riders, and as with most people in this paddock, the aim to get into the top group at the end of the day is always there. And here comes Dean down the inside, but he's not going to make it. But Armitage is going to take what turned out to be a comfortable victory. Oh, Dean's up the inside. Oh no, Woody closes him down. It's going to be a run to the line. Armitage then takes victory. Oh, that was tight.
So across the line, it was 0.06 of a second between Wood and Wingate across the line. But we'll watch now. I think that is, that's the battle with Scott Wright, and that's Paul Reynolds, the Automotive Solutions team boss there, going around the outside. So he finishes in 5th behind Paul Simon Burgess. Then it's Scott Wright, David Blanks and Michael Craig.
A decent ride for Michael Craig, the man from north of the border again.
So that was Jamie Wilson there. So he managed to make his way up to 10th from the back of the grid.
So he's going to start on row 2 for the final. So it'll be interesting to see what he comes from, because every time he gets on the bike, he's going to be getting faster. So we'll see what he can do in the final. Well, that was a cracking race. Brilliant win then for Luke Armitage. He will start from the back row of the grid for the A final race later on today. Props to Burgess for making such a good battle of that one.
Just saw across the line there the 691 of Carl Geary on board that Husaberg. I'm sure he'll be thinking, those pesky kids, after a battle with Blake Wilson across the line. He did just pip him though.
Oh, well, that's it. Yeah, there's nothing worse. There's only one thing worse than that. He's just getting pipped by a kid on an 85. But they are fast. Around these small circuits, these kids are very, very quick. And just because you're on a bigger bike, it's not necessarily an advantage. As we look down on our fat and fast team there at the front, the number 7 of Jamie Duncan did everything but win that last one. Got pipped by Chris Hodgson in the last lap. Trips UK bringing you this British Supermoto A Race 2. So trips.uk then, your motorhome hire specialists. Visit their website. They've been doing a roaring trade doing they've got a nice fleet doing their races, and things like Formula 1 GPs and Glastonbury and all of their rentals. So
nice to see there. Christine Blakeman also giving a little pat on the back to Richard as he heads out for race 2. So Richard finishing in 3rd in our A group race. As we mentioned, he's also currently playing his double points for this round.
Yeah, and he managed to pass Jay Smith on the final lap. So if you remember from race 1, Jay took the whole shot. In fact, I think Jamie Duncan took the whole shot and managed to get nipped at the end of coming into the end of the start straight here.
So we'll keep an eye on all our riders as they now head round into their warm-up lap. You can see there the Prof and Jake Sayer, the 2 riders that moved up from our B group race 1 there, who'll be starting from the back of the grid on this one. But our front row on pole, we will have the number 1 of Chris Hodgson, Great battle from him and Jamie Duncan, who sits in second. Then we'll have Richard Blakeman and Jay Smith. Then on row 2, we'll have the number 100 of Alex Mullaney, Richard Sharp, Chris Walker and Lee Williams. So Lee Williams had a good one in that until he tipped off. So he was sitting around 5th for most of that race. Then row 3, we're going to have Peter Bennett, Paul Groom, Seth Gibson and Darryl Pennington. Did you see the video on the socials of the Paul Groom and Jack Nation crash?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, so the one from Crail, I think it's ended up being quite popular over on Instagram. So if you're not already, make sure that you're following us on Instagram. We always try and post some of the highlights on there of the action from our previous rounds racing. So always good to have a look on there, but make sure you're following us on both Instagram, Facebook, and if you're not already, subscribe here on YouTube at TNL Sports.
Obviously, we call the action as it happened live, but I've not seen it back live, and I've not seen if there was any onboard footage of it or anything. But he did take a bit of a digger. But Groomy had a 10th. He was 10th in race 1, so a real good bounce back for him. As we look at pole sitter Chris Hodgson, it's hard to see who's going to beat him today. I know Jamie Duncan was really good. The 817 of Harley Sharp then comes. He crashed twice in that one. His dad there, 217. Richard Sharp just rolling through onto row 2. And he's, like I say, he's only 2 weeks out after collarbone surgery. So,
if you're watching at home, make sure that you give the rider that you're cheering on a mention in our live chat, and we'll try and give them a mention. I know the kids absolutely love it in our academy class to know that people are at home watching, but these guys too as well.
Here we go then. Race 2, let's see who's going to get the whole shot. Is it going to be Hodgson? Is it going to be Jamie Duncan? It's going to be Hodgie. He bounces the start device off. Oh, big move for Hodgie. Round the outs, had the rear end moving round. Mullaney's in there in 5th. He's managed to put a pass on a couple of people. In fact, he's absolutely on fire, Mullaney, round the outside.
Yeah, great move for the TM Leeds UK rider Alex Mullaney as he took that inside to outside line, managing to get it on the gas as he headed round there. But it is his teammate, the number 1 of Chris Hodgson, that is in the lead on this first lap, so cracking start for him.
But it looks like it's Blakeman there in 2nd. It is, it's Blakeman from Jay Smith in 3rd. And then Duncan 4th. You can see that line from JD, he runs really wide, but it is going to be the number 1 of Chris Hodgson on the TM Leeds UK bike that's leading at the moment. And then it's a battle then, the Fat and Fast KTM. Oh, here comes Jade Smith. He sits up Richard Blakeman in the middle of Luna. There's not many people get to do that. So Smith up to 2nd, and here comes JD down the inside. Not quite got the room.
Yeah, he wasn't quite close enough to be able to squeeze up the inside. But they all come flying down that first off-road section. You can see just how bumpy it is and how much dust is being kicked up. So Jamie looking like he's going to take the outside line.
Oh, Jay Smith then. Oh, is he going to get past here? No. Pops over. He's right onto the back of Chris Hodgson already. We've got a yellow flag. That looks like that's Harley Sharp gone down again. Youngster having a bit of a mare today. He's been good value for money this year, but just caught himself out a few times. So Jay Smith then. He's going to have a bit of a run at the number 1 off Chris Hodgson by the looks of it. They come down into turn 1. Into the pit lane turn. Jamie Duncan back there in 4th. Let's not forget that Blakeman has played his joker for double points in this one, as has Chris Hodgson. So we're waiting. Might see what the points are at the end of the weekend. But Hodgie, having broken his collarbone here in round 1, he's a round down on everybody else. So he really, also all he's been is a nuisance, but he's just riding there for race wins, and he can only do that. Jay Smith then closing in.
Yeah, Hodgson not getting the opportunity to run away and hide at the front on this one. The number 33 of Jay Smith's definitely keeping him honest. And the 54 of Richard Blakeman again trying that alternative line. But I don't think he was close enough to be able to put a pass on Jay Smith. Nope.
And I'm wondering, is that Jamie Duncan was right there as well. Shout out then to Mulaney still in 5th. Lee Willow Williams in 6th. But it's this battle at the front that's keeping us all on the edge of our seats at the moment. So Smith's still in contention, and to be fair to Richard Blakeman, he's not getting tailed off.
So this is on board with the 217 of Richard Sharp, our Trips UK team rider, who's currently sat in 8th place. So following Trips UK team boss Chris Walker.
So I don't know what happened to Sharpie off the start, but he's got shuffled backwards a little bit. So the 217, like I say, riding injured and not at full strength. And he says it's okay. He says it's just a little bit painful. He's not struggling. It's just sore.
Yeah, the two teammates there, the 7 and 54, battling it out for 3rd place. So Jamie takes that outside. He was ahead as they went over the tabletop, but not fast enough using that outside to inside line to be able to get past the 54 of Richard Blakeman. Oh, and a wobble there as well on the way out.
He nearly went down there, didn't he? But this is a real cat and mouse game at the minute between Chris Hodgson and Jay Smith. Fastest lap of the race then to the number 33 Trips.uk MTR KTM of Jay Smith. And it does look... So this looks like the Jay Smith of old. Jay's always been a top performer, but he just... he's played himself in gently this year. He's kept himself in the game. And he just now looks like he's picking... he's starting to pick it up. He'll come past his dad's marshalling on this point here. So he'll be getting the big hurry up from him. But Odgie has a look over his shoulder and he will see that Jay is closing in. Those guys now got a little bit of a gap, about 2 seconds.
Jay also does currently have the fastest lap with a 1:10.023. So that's about 0.3 quicker than Chris Hodgson's fastest lap. So nothing in it between these guys. But we'll keep an eye on Hodgson as he makes his way through the off-road. We know how tricky that exit of the dirt has been.
Yeah, Jay's definitely feeling the pace. He's really nice and quick out this corner. Like I say, Hodgie knows how much he needs to do. Just going to do enough. Looks like Jamie Duncan has passed Richard Blakeman in the background. He has, so the number 7 then up to 3rd position. So Richard Blakeman then will be losing. Like I say, it's all about points make prizes, and it's double points, and he's played his joker for this round. And he just looks like he's struggling to keep the rear end of that fat and fast KTM underneath him. Been overall by his teammate. First time out on that bike for... Oh, and a big pass down the inside. Jay makes a brilliant... Oh, but Odgie has none of it. Comes straight back underneath him. But Jay's putting him under pressure.
Yeah, what a pass there from Jay. Wasn't able to get it stopped quick enough to be able to have the run onto the tabletop, but showing Hodgson that he's there and he wants to push hard at the front. But it's still Hodgson from Smith. Jamie Duncan has made his way past Blakeman. Have we lost Blakeman?
No, I did say a minute ago you were looking at something else, but Jamie is up to 3rd. But Richard has just dropped off the pace a little bit, and he looked like he may be just struggling with the rear end. But great to see a pass on by Jay Smith. Is he going to try it again? It's interesting that when we were setting the track up last night and looking at a few things, they wanted to put a bit more of a chicane in at the bottom of the hill, as here comes Jay Smith down the inside. Oh! He's done well to save that.
But that's opened the door for the 7 of Jamie Duncan, who's tried to go down the outside.
Chris, I'm going to say that that's just racing. There's a racing incident there, and Jay just got in a little bit hot. I think, he ticked off.
I think that's more frustration than anything there. Yeah, just pushing a little bit too hard. Can't keep that front end in the berm. It just peters away from him there. So that leaves it to the number 1 of Chris Hodgson. Now in 2nd is the 7 of Jamie Duncan. So good ride from him so far.
Well, Jay put the pass on him. He'll be coming out with all guns blazing in the last one, no doubt about that. Although he's got to get back running and he's got to get himself a decent start. Let's not forget reverse grid for the final race. So if he's 5th or worse, he's going to start on the front row.
Yeah, big moment there from Jamie Duncan as he came into that pit lane corner, spinning the rear end up on that Fat and Fast machine. So he's really pushing hard now to try and chase down the number 1 of Chris Hodgson, whose lead across the line was 2.2 seconds. So when all these guys are so close together on lap times, that's going to be hard to pull back without a mistake.
So he was the fastest rider on the track until he went down, Jay Smith. But just trying to make up the time to get back on the back of Hodgie to have another run at him, I think. But the track just catching him out. We'll get to have a chat with him between races as always. And Jay just in the off-road there in front of Lee Williams. So he's in 5th. That will see him start on the outside of the front row for our final race of the day, assuming that nothing else changes. But Hodgie then leads on the TM UK leads bike. He's going to be taking his 2nd victory of the day. And although Jamie Duncan has fought his way through from 4th to 2nd, all the time he's got himself in a position where he can see Chris Hodgson. Hodgson is too far away to make a run at him a real practical thing to do. So I'm sure that JD will just sit back and take the 2nd place that has landed in his lap, but he made the move up to 3rd.
Chris doing what he needs to do, especially on a round where he has played his joker. So it's looking like this is probably going to be 2 wins from 2 so far for the man from Cumbria. Yeah, Jamie looking really fast through there, but you can see how choppy it's got in just one block of races. I know I heard a few riders saying over the lunch that it looked like it may have needed a bit of a sweep, but it's still got quite choppy. You can see quite a lot of braking bumps from these 450s.
So Duncan then comes through to past pit lane another time. Like I say, he has got his own line there. He does run quite wide and stops anybody getting around the outside of him in that pit lane turn, because he just goes in turns in early and runs out wide. There's the last lap flag then being held for Kirk as the number 1 of 18-time champion Chris Hodgson comes across the line. That's Jake Sayer in the background. Then he came up from our B group race. He's been towed off at the back. Then obviously I think he's had an issue, because he'd be in the back of the battle for this one.
Yeah, Jamie taking that inside to outside line, but the gap out to our leader just too much for him to do anything about in this last lap. So Hodgson making his way past a few back markers. He'll only have a few corners left to go, and that should be a race to win.
So down the Rogerson straight then for the final time. And Chris Hodgson will take his 2nd victory of the day. A little bit easier than the first one, where he had to fight his way through past the number 7 of Jamie Duncan. But he will take the opportunity to blast a nice little wheelie across the line and take the win. 2nd place then will be Jamie Duncan, and then it should be Richard Blakeman in 3rd. He'll take that, he'll be happy with that. Then it's Mulaney in 4th, another good ride for the youngster on the 2nd of the TM Leeds bikes. And then it should be Jay Smith, who found himself on the floor. Richard Sharp in 6th. A great ride for Chris Walker in 7th. We're watching him coming around. Willow then will take 8th, and then it's a battle to the line between the 2 Bathmate riders of Andy Mitchell and Kyle Eccleston, and Andy Mitchell takes another top 10. Peter Bennett in 11th. 12th place then for Dean Hillier, 13th for Blaine Pearson. Ballgroom will just pip Oliver Holmes for 14th, 15th then off for Holmes, 16th for Harley Sharp, 17th for Darryl Pennington, and I believe that is we've got Ian Bremner, Chris Lambourne then, who came up from B Group to take his position on the A Group grid. He will come across the line, and then Craig Forshaw. And that is pretty much, I think, all your finishers for the second Trips.uk A Group British Championship race. That was another great race. Jay Smith then making a real fist of it with regards to taking the lead from Chris Hodgson. That was a cracking move, and I'm sure he's got confidence going into race 3 that he can pull a win out. It will have cost him some points, but he's lived to fight another day. So we'll just wait then for a bit of quiet down in pit lane so Danielle can get a quick word then with our top 3 in that one, which was Chris Hodgson, Jamie Duncan and Richard Blakeman. We can see the just a nice bit of breeze here today, not particularly windy, and the clouds just hanging around and not dropping. Look like it could drop rain at any moment, but as it stands at the minute, we're still all good to go. Nice view of our off-road section. So we'll just wait for all of our top 3 to get themselves sorted out down there, and we will go down to Danielle for the pit interviews. There's our live camera then from the Trips.uk awning, and Richard Sharp managing to pull a decent result out of that one. He was a long way back, but he pulled through in the end. So we're just waiting for pit lane to be clear enough for Danielle to go ahead, and we will hopefully be with you. And yeah, and there's a voice in my ear tells me that she is indeed ready to go. Here's Danielle.
There we go. So we're here with Richard Blakeman. So that's your second third for today so far. You played your double points. I'd say that was a pretty good result.
Yeah, Jay come past at the beginning, settled me round Luna, and he got me. But yeah, no, steady away, and no, I enjoyed that. Enjoyed it. It was good.
Yeah, we saw Jay. He was there on a podium position for most of that race. I think he tried to put a move up the inside of Chris at the top of the first off-road. Chris shut the door, and then into the second off-road he did took the front. So
yeah, I've seen that. He lost it going on the inside. Luckily I went on the outside, well, inside to outside. But no, it was a good race, and I'm glad I'm back on the box again.
Are you going to be making any changes now for race 3? Heard you say you had a few issues with the rear end on that one.
Yeah, it was bouncing down the straight, so I'm going to put a new set of tyres in and see how it was reverse grid in the last one, so it should be a bit more interesting, I think. Yeah,
we always have a lot of interest in racing with that reverse grid. So we'll go again to Jamie Duncan, another second place. Less passing in that one. You weren't at the sharp end just as much, no. But you did have to settle for second.
Yeah, I got a really bad start that time. Tried to start in second gear and it just bogged coming off the line, and they all got past me, so I spent most of the race trying to fight with them, but yeah, it was alright. By the time I got past them, Chris had gone, so I just settled for second.
Yeah, we could see that by the time it got to when you were in a position where you could see Chris, there just was not enough laps left for you to be able to make a move.
I mean, I just need to use my head, and we're obviously leading the championship, so I can quite happily finish behind Chris all year, as long as I beat the rest of them, so just use my head for once. Yeah,
it's a surprise.
You thought it was filled with fresh air?
I thought there might be something rattling about. We'll grab a chat with, again, another win. A little bit more conviction in that one for that race win.
Yeah, I mean, Jay gave me a fairly hard time start of the race, so I was just kind of covering him off. Just saying to Jamie there, it just wasn't as enjoyable, that race. Made a couple of changes and made the bike worse, so suffered from a bit of front end chatter. So I'll just take it the opposite way and a little bit more, and hopefully that'll be all right for the reverse grid.
I think I remember you saying this at Crail, that between race 1 and race 2 you made a change, and then you ended up going back to the same for race 3. Still trying to get bike set up?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we haven't got a lot of time on the bike, so it's kind of hard to get it all sorted on the first day, especially with today being the change around. So yeah, hopefully we'll have a bit more comfortable on the bike in race 3 and see what we can do from 8.
Yeah, starting in 8 for race 3 isn't ideal, but we all know that you're really good at making passes early in the race. We saw that at Crail, so see what you can do in race 3.
Yeah, hopefully.
So we're going to take a little bit of a break now while our super lights are on track, but we'll catch back up with you all when our academy riders go out for their final race of the day.
Okay, cheers Danielle. So as Danielle said, we're just going to take a little break, and it will be a little break this time. We've just got a couple of races to run through and we will be back. So as our timing says, we should be due back with our academy at 16:35, but as it's that already, I don't think that's going to happen. But I think we're probably going to be about 15 minutes, maybe 20 at the most, before we're back with you with Academy Race 3 and the conclusion of round 5 of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship. Come back to us shortly for the conclusion of all the action. So welcome back then to our final group of races here at Three Sisters in Ashton in Makerfield near Wigan for our round 5 of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship. We've had 2 fantastic groups of races so far this afternoon, and we've just got 4 more to go to wrap up round 5, Danielle. It's been really good. We've had some great racing, and looking forward to this academy race with FS Solutions Design and Build. We've seen Blake Wilson run away and hide at the front, but been some interesting battles further down the field.
Yep, Archie Reynolds finishing in second in that one. Unfortunate ending for the race for Archie Ormrod, but good to see him back out on, I believe, his spare bike. So he will be starting from the back of the grid in this one, so he'll be looking to make a good start and try and take as many places on that first lap to make his life easier. So definitely one to watch in this one, I'd say, Phil.
So they come round on their sight lap and say Blake Wilson doing double duty, riding 2 classes, and as a result he's a busy boy, and not the only one either. Lily Rhodes, Max Rhodes, Bell Wingate all doing that, and I believe Jackson Bennett also as well. So 20 rider entry in this one. And this will be their final academy race of the day as it stands at the moment, with 2 wins. Blake Wilson then in the box seat. But let's not forget that Archie Ormrod, who just goes through shot there, was leading by some considerable margin after taking the lead off the start and taking it to Blake Wilson in that second one, and just had the bike nip up at the end of the back straight there, or the end of the start finish straight there. And it wasn't an happy bunny with that, but hey, these things are sent to try us. So I've seen Ormrod have to start further back on the grid, and depending on the track, sometimes he can come through quite quickly, and others he just gets mired in the mid-pack. So we'll see whether he can get through quickly enough. I think if he can get into the top 5 from where he is on the grid, I think he'll be that'll be as good as you could expect, and anything better than that I think he'll be really happy with.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there, Phil. I think it's obviously a really tough mid-pack here, so any of those riders, I'd say probably down to about 9th, are all riders that we've seen racing at the sharp end in our academy class. So yeah, I think he's going to struggle. I think it's all going to be down to making those passes in the first few laps before the pack does spread out, especially with the off-road. We've seen that happening a lot more in these races. The pack does spread out a lot more, and there's a bigger difference in lap times from our riders. But we'll just get ready for the last few at the back of the grid to get themselves sorted, and then Kirk will wave the green flag.
Wilson's bike then just stalling out the start, manages to get it refired. Let's see if Archie Reynolds can make a start. They go away from the grid. They come down. Is it going to be Wilson? No, it's not. It looks like it's going to be the 77 of Leon Tall.
Yeah, great start.
So Tall takes the whole shot then, and he will lead them away. Reynolds there in 3rd. Wilson there, it tucked in second.
I saw Ormrod there, I think, get onto the back of the 58 of Max Rhodes there. So he's there already in the mid-pack, making a few passes through the off-road. They're on that number 40 on the white, I believe it's a gas.
Well, they make all the bikes the same, and they make them all different colours. We've got no chance of knowing. But so Reynolds then, he's there currently. Is that so? Has Reynolds gone to the front? He has. The number 5 has gone to the front. So the man on the TM Leeds UK bike. Oh, he's not. There's Wilson. Wilson's already gapped them out. He's gone that far. He was out of shot. Yeah. So Reynolds then up to 2nd, Tall back to 3rd. But it was a good start from the number 77, the Scotsman.
Yeah, Blake Wilson already back where we've seen him for quite a few of these races, but Archie Ormrod already up to 5th, so he's there just behind the 77 of Leon Tall, so he'll be looking to try and get up there.
That's a great first lap for him. He will be very, very happy. He's got past everybody that he needed to, and he's literally just got a few riders in front of him. Hopefully Dad Steve will have just maybe pointed out what he needs to do to try and keep that engine fresh. Just need to change down a little bit later and not let the bike rev out as hard. But Wilson away at the front, and Ormrod already making moves. Oh, and a tumble. So Ormrod's up to 2nd, because that was our 2nd place man going down. A little bit of carnage there.
Yeah, Leon Tour there getting caught, nowhere to go. So unfortunately for him, that drops him down to, I'd say, to around 12th. But Reynolds there struggling to get that TM85 restarted. But I don't think that could have gone any better for Archie Ormrod.
No, he'll be buying a lottery ticket, assuming he is the correct age, of course. But he will be well happy with that. Let's be honest, he's not going to get anywhere near Blake Wilson. The form that he's been on this past couple of meetings, Wilson is the class of this field this year. As, to be fair to Archie Ormrod, he was last year. But Wilson's come in with a bunch of mini bike speed. And like I say, it's always difficult to tell. But I think that what we're seeing here is what we tend to see, where the riders come in and they start to grow a little bit, and then all of a sudden the 85 ain't got enough puff in a straight line for the lads that are getting that little bit bigger. And Wilson still looks like he's a slight young lad, whereas Ormrod is very much now almost turning into a gangly teenager. And where power to weight ratio on these smaller bikes is everything, it really, really does make a big difference. But let's give Wilson his due props. He is a very, very good rider, and he's showing these guys and girls a clean pair of heels. But Ormrod was the man last year, and it looks like this year it is going to be Blake Wilson. Liam Pearson's still there in third though, Danielle, so he's having a decent day out of it as well.
Yeah, Liam having a good ride on board the Automotive Solutions Gas 85. Yeah, he's kept his nose clean. He's managing to get through that off-road confidently, really well, not making many mistakes, and I think that's just what he needs to do. If he hasn't got the raw speed that someone like this guy has out the front, being able to just keep your nose clean and pick off the laps, I think the best he can hope for at the minute, and the speed will come. But like you say, that power to weight ratio, we've seen Liam on these 85s for a couple of years now. It won't be long till these lads are moving up to 125s, 250s, things like that.
I would expect, and obviously Archie Ormrod already dabbling with the smaller road race bike classes. So will we see him move up to a bigger bike? Will he go to the road race route? We do see that quite a bit from this academy class. The likes of Alex Mullaney decided that road racing wasn't going to be his thing at this point, and he's taken himself to the top level of the A group with that TM and the Automotive Solutions team last year. But yeah, anyway, Archie Ormrod staying out of that deepest rut there, just going around the inside of it, riding nice and smart.
Yeah, I think it looks like we do have an inside rut there, using that outside line. Getting all sorts of sideways there as he comes off the off-road, but managing to stay on. We do have a yellow flag by the looks. But heading over the tabletop, we'll keep an eye out. Yeah, just coming up on a back marker there. I think that is Jackson Nuttall on board that Husky 65, I believe. But yeah, nice and up the inside, and yeah, taking that slightly deeper line. But it is still the 08 of Blake Wilson, who's our fastest rider on track, currently doing a 120.9, which in comparison to Ormrod, who's doing a 123.9, shows that he's just going to keep extending this gap, I believe. I think Ormrod may just have to settle with this second.
Yeah, look, it's great to see some great racing, but unfortunately these boys now getting to such a level where they can get their head down and check out, and they are doing at the front. We've got a good battle here between is that Bell Wingate and Leon Tour?
Yeah, that there is also I think that's 58 of Max Rhodes. I think that's Edward Darnton, is that right? Edward
Darnton on the 65 Yamaha. So he's having a better run. He was a non-finisher in the last race as well. So he's come from the back of the grid. So young Darnton then on that 65cc Yamaha. Again, just getting caught up. He was on the inside there. So managing to battle his way through and not get hooked up. But
Bell Wingate was just trying to take that outside line there. So good to see her choosing a different line. Those three lads there following on the outside to inside.
Is that Cole Reynolds then, the number 10, I think, just tipped off. Hat tip to him. He was in 10th which, like I say, he was in our Bambino group at the beginning of last year, pretty much, I think. So he's another one of the really younger riders. Here we are, Rhodes then from Darnton, and then Leon Tall there. So Tall must have had a bit of a moment. He went down. He caused the kind of that bit of a bunch up at the start, didn't he? Well, no, he didn't. He got caught up behind Archie Reynolds.
Yeah.
So that was why Leon Tall ended up dropping out of the top three. As our second place man went down. But Darnton's got a lovely style on that. He almost catches the back end. Last lap flag is out then as they come down. That 65 is not slow, is it? And Darton's going to hold it on round the outside. Gets round the outside and Max on the brakes.
Yep, great pass there from Darnton. Managing to keep that 65 flat out. But we're back to our race leader. That is the 8 of Blake Wilson. So he'll be coming round now to take the checkered flag. There he is as he heads into Luna.
We wait for our race leader to come into sight then down the Rogerson Straight. In fact, there he is. He's already been down it. They just missed him coming through already. So Blake Wilson takes 3 wins on the 08. He will go back and he will have a rub down with the damp edition of the Radio Times, a bag of crisp and a jubbly, and he'll be out in the B group.
I don't even think he'll have time for that.
No, he won't. But again, 3 wins in the academy class, but he's doing double duty then, riding in the in our B group as well. And there we watch. Second place comes across the line then, Archie Ormrod. So from the back of the grid, he'll be happy with that. That's the 4.55 of Josh Walker. He is a lap down.
In our split screen there, we've got the 1.25 of Belle Wingate. So she's currently got the number 10 of Cole Reynolds behind her. I think that is also a back marker of Tyler Clark there. But great ride from Cole Reynolds to be up in 10th on that 65. I think he's having a great day. Same goes for Edward Darnton on that, is it a Yamaha 65?
Yamaha 65, yeah. So I'm just doing a quick bit of mental maths, and I'm thinking that with that DNF in race 2, and with Liam Pearson being Mr. Steady Eddie, and I think he's had 3 third places, that will put him in second place overall, behind Blake Wilson with 3 wins. And then third place could go anyway. Archie Reynolds probably with 2 for 11, maybe. But our timing and scoring ladies will no doubt pick the bones out of that one and give us the results. But obviously, no doubt in the overall winner, that will be Blake Wilson. I think Liam Pearson then, the 150, will be second, and maybe Archie Reynolds third. Next race in the Holden area then, their final outing of the day, British Supermoto C, brought to you by Contract Solutions.
I think we both know who we're looking at in this C Group race, and it would be those two on the front row, Brett Barlow and Rick Owen, after their battle in race 2.
So I went over to see Rick Owen and obviously offer my commiserations for him crashing out the lead after telling him to sit further back. But he just said, I just started trying too hard for no reason. He said, I just wanted to win, and then when I got to the front, I just pushed too hard. And he says, and I fell off. And contrary to me saying that obviously Brett just wanted to try and win a C Group race and didn't want to go to the Bs, he did say that when whoever it was that managed to nudge past him at the end towards the end of that one, when Sean Jones passed him, that he said he just basically couldn't feel his hand anymore, and that's why Bentleig's managed to nab him on the final lap. So he is definitely trying his best, but like he said, he's just got no feeling in his hand, which means he can't pull the brake, and then at that point really you are just a passenger on the bike. So we'll see how this final race goes, but it will be Brett Barlow on pole. They go straight round then. We don't grid them up twice, it just takes like a few more minutes to get everything sorted out. We are on a doing for time, we should be okay I think, but
so this is going to be a 6-lap race for our C Group riders. But like you say, we will have the 619 of Brett Barlow on pole, followed by Rick Owen, John Oakes and Gavin Scaife. Our row 2 will be Dean Clark, Dan Billum, Andrew Goodsell and Matthew Overton. Row 3 will have Tommy Sayer, Michael Whittam, Steve Smith and Peter Wadsworth. Then row 4 we should have Farron Young, Bailey Stewart Campbell, Lily Rhodes and Gary Butler.
So 6 laps then, and we'll see if Gavin Scaife's going to be. He's actually Jono's going to be starting on the front row as well. No, he came, and there he is on number 95, Bathmate Honda. He came from a long way back. He came from 16th, I think, on the grid. Got a decent start and ended up finishing 5th. So he's going to start on the front row. And again, another member of the Bathmate team with hand issues. But his is more down to injury. Had quite a big off early part of last year, I think, and he's struggled to get full movement back in his hand, or full comfortable movement, should I say? So here we are then, final race of the day as the last group of riders come. So we had 26 starters for this one. We've lost 4 moving up to the B group through the day. So Barlow then just leaning the bike over to get a bit of extra oil around the clutch. I do remember seeing somebody leaning the bike the wrong way, which did make me giggle, and I can't think who it was. But anyway, that's why the riders do that. It just gets a little bit of extra oil around the clutch to keep it cool. Not so much of an issue when they've not done a practice start. There's Ormrod and Leon Tall at the back of the grid. Obviously, maybe just checking each other's homework or something. But they are getting ready to go. And so they've just come off their academy race. So they're going to be dropping into... I think they've all... I don't think they were supposed to be at the back of this one. But...
I don't actually remember seeing Archie Ormrod out in our C group for the remainder of today. So I think maybe you just thought he'd join in for the crack.
Maybe he did, and he didn't ride the first 2. Well, obviously he wouldn't have been able to ride the second one because he had a bike problem. Maybe he did ride the first one, so we just didn't see him. So that'd be why he was on the back row of the grid, because he didn't go out in the second one because he had a bike failure. Bit of a wheelie in the middle of the grid there. So it is good. It's Rick Owen then, the 351 of Owen, that takes the lead.
Good start though for my teammate, the 714 of Andrew Goodsill. He slotted himself up to 2nd, so he started back in 7th for this one, so great start from him there.
He can always get the bike off the line, can Andy? So Barlow then nails to the inside of this one, so Owen will see him.
Got a little bit of traffic there.
Peripheral vision, he'll see him straight in front of him, but who's going to get to the top first? And it is Rick Owen. So Owen leads, then from Barlow, then Andy Goodsill. That's John Oakes in 4th, so a decent start from the front row for John Oakes as the rest of them. Oh, Rick Owen gets that jump absolutely bang on. Well impressed with that. Oh, Brett runs a little bit deep. So I think that with Rick getting the start, I'm not sure whether Barlow's going to be able to run his pace right from the beginning, but we'll see.
But it is Rick Owen from Brett Barlow, then Goodsill and Scaife there in 4th, followed by Jono.
There's Oakes then on the 95. I have no idea who that one is, but you will tell me that it is...
That is Matthew Overton, I believe, there. So we believe he's got some motocross experience.
Yeah, he's one of our new riders, but just couldn't pick out the blue numbers on the white background there as they came towards us. Number 47. Dean Clark then number 6. Trying to find a way down the inside, and move around the outside there.
That's Jake Jennings there going around the outside at the top of the off-road. I also suspect that Matthew Overton may be on a converted motocross bike, which means he may only have 4 gears for that straight. So depending on his gearing,
he'll be on the Sufferfest down there. Dean Clark then looks like he's stalled in the background. So as we look then. Has Rick Owen fallen off? Oh, we've got another faller in there in the dirt. Is that
That's Tommy Sayer.
It is Tommy Sayer on the 16 KTM. Just push the front then over the top of that. But as you can see, everybody in this dirt section might look like they ain't got a clue what they're doing, but we are all on slick tyres today. And there'll be some guys who haven't even cut them.
Yeah, there's Andy Goodsill looking smooth as ever, making his way down through into the paddock bend.
Now, I am going to make a statement here. I am not seeing the 351 at the front.
Oh, I'll keep an eye out.
He didn't run and hide that much. So is Barlow back in the lead?
I think you're right.
I am. So Barlow, fastest man, 120. That puts your man Andy Goodsell in second. He will be joyous in the fact to know that he won't have to go up to the B group. But
yeah, Andy there. I know this off-road is absolutely killing him with his dodgy knee. But making his way through there, you can see him taking that inside to inside line, but Gavin Scaife managing to carry a lot more speed round the outside. Goodsell knows he's there, does just close off Scaife's line, and then he manages to get a tighter line on the exit of the off-road. In the mid-pack there, few riders making their way through. It looks like everyone was upright, but you can see just how busy it is. So that's from about 7th down to 14th there that you can see on screen.
well, I've got no idea what happened to Rick Owen. I don't see him on our leaderboard at all. So Andy Goodsell is chasing down Brett Barlow. Gavin Scaife there on the Automotive Solutions. Husky in 3rd. John Oakes in 4th. Jake Jennings 5th. Overton 6th. And Dan Billum on the 59. And I'm not sure whether he's out there on... I did see or hear that he was going to be out there on a big bike, but whether he actually is or not, I don't know.
Is Dan Billum the rider that we've seen on the 85?
Yes, yeah, he is. So, and it looks like another. Yeah,
There is Andy Goodsell there making us through the off-road.
He is. He's catching him, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's not using that really deep rut that it looks like we've got on the outside line there. But Jake Jennings looking like he's trying to get in on the action as well. So he's now all over the back of Gavin Scaife. And he is also our fastest man on track on that last lap, doing a 1:20.3. Oh, looks like we had someone a little topple in that off-road there. But Andy making his way across the tabletop.
He makes a nice job of it as well, just gets it all sorted out.
He hardly looks like he's trying, he looks like he's on a Sunday jolly.
To be fair, he always does. But he's not letting Barlow get away too far, and the thing is, like, as Barlow, it's only a 6-lapper, so I think Barlow's probably going to be okay to get to the end of this one. There's a 95, John Oakes. Obviously, he's got a problem looking now, maybe a gear lever adrift or something. It is a 59 of Billum, so that's the first time I've seen him on a grown-up bike, because normally he's on an 85 Husky.
And he does make an 85 Husky look small.
He does. But again, it's a big leap. Totally different way of riding. And Billum makes a move down the inside of Overton as they come into the first turn.
Does go quite wide onto that looser gravel, but manages to keep it upright as he heads into the second off-road. It looks like we've got a yellow flag there. Not sure if that's for a back marker.
I think that's Barlow gone down. I think Barlow's tipped off in the dirt, and I think that's given Andy Goodsell the lead. It definitely looked like the Bathmate colours. Wait for them to pick that up on camera, but
yeah, I think it is.
Our new race leader is the number 714 of Andy Goodsell on that white Husqvarna.
Oh, and there's Lily Rhodes off in the off-road, so struggling with that 250. See, even that's one of our helpers there. I think that may be the Leon Tall's dad there. Yeah,
so there's John Oakes then. He's now up to third, assuming that Barlow has left the chat, which indeed he has. So there's Andy Goodsell, our race leader. Second place then now is going to be the 2.25 of Jake Jennings. The last lap flag is out. This is going to be the longest lap of Andy Goodsell's life.
How has he managed that?
Yes. He will be smiling. Well, he probably won't smile until he gets out of Luna on the last lap. But yeah, he's currently waiting for a knee replacement, I think, or
yeah.
He's not.
He scheduled one for this year, and then he said, I'll do a season and get the other one done next year.
This is the standard of people we're racing against. So he's there, and he's going to have to. Jennings is going to have to find his way by. Oh, and he's going to do it now. Oh, he's nicked him. Oh, come on, Andy.
Come on. Well, I know we're meant to be unbiased, but I can't help.
I know. Oh, he's a good mate, and he's one of the stalwarts of the paddock, always here, rain or shine. And to be fair to Jennings, I think he's probably half Andy's age, isn't he, at least?
Go on, Andy. Carry the speed round here. I think you'll have it on Luna.
Gavin Scaife, another old man. There's, when I say old man, I mean old man like me. There's Barlow in the background, so he's tipped off in the off-road a couple of laps ago. But it really is a mystery what happened to Rick Owen, because one minute he was there and he's just completely disappeared. So I can only think of mechanical. But it is going to be a race win for Jennings. He's going to take that. Goodson will be second. Scaife will take third. And we'll get a podium shot of those guys shortly.
Yeah, Jake Jennings really pleased with that race win. Just nipping up the inside of Andy Goodsill as they made their way off the off-road. There is Michael Whittam making his way round Luna for the final time today. So these riders now will be getting changed, and I'm sure they'll all be going to make sure they're ready to watch our A-Group final.
I'm really looking forward to that one as well. The reverse grid will certainly make that an interesting one. Richard Sharp starting off the front by that one. Let's not forget that he's been a reverse grid winner, I think, 3 times this season so far. So although talking to him between races, he was very much downplaying his chances. I'm just out there not making any mistakes and not putting any strain on it. We've got a long break now to the next round, which I believe is end of August at Oliver's Mount. So doesn't want to be putting himself under any undue stress, just picking up some points. He's had only lost 1 race with the points with that last race tip-off at Crail. And so just to come through the day unscathed and probably 4th or maybe 5th or 6th overall, assuming he has a decent picture, a decent result in the last one. But anyway, that is our results then for Championship Race C. A win then for Jennings from Goodsill, from Scaife, from Brett Barlow, 5th place Dan Billham, 6th place John Oakes, 7th place Matt Overton, 8th place Peter Wadsworth, 9th place Dean Clark, and 10th Michael Whittam.
I also think the rider with the worst luck so far today will be the number 40 of Archie Ormrod. Just out of our comms box window, you may just catch him as they go into the pit lane. We've got his dad there pushing the spare bike back in, so he had another mechanical retirement in our C Group Race 3, so they'll be looking at getting a bike ready for tomorrow.
So next race then, British Supermoto Race B, brought to you by Race IQ. Log on to www.raceiq.com for their launch information for all of your race timing, all in one place, as we watch everybody disappear out of pit lane for their final race of the day. There is the 164 of Sean Jones and Simon Bentley, who came up from the C Group. Ollie Sims there as well. That's the 99 bike of Andy Hayes.
So I think we've actually got Mike Norbury out there on Andy Hayes' bike.
It's Mike Norbury, yeah, that's right.
So watching as they come round here, there's Ollie Granger, there's Andy Hayes there on Paul Reynolds' old bike. I think he's running 18 today.
Yeah.
He had a good one in that one, so he'll be starting in 11th for our B Race 3.
They're starting next week just on the grid, 11th and 12th position, so that will be interesting. I'm sure Andy will be more than happy to try and fly one across the bows of Mike Norbury. And so remember, Luke Armitage and James Wood, the 2 guys that went up. This was a brilliant race last time. Simon Burgess was leading and took the lead from Woody, and then took the front and went down, and as a result handed the win, handed the lead to Woody for literally 5 bike lengths for Luke Armitage. Snaffled up the victory, and his first A final start will be coming up. Missed 2 rounds this year because he works for a team in European Moto 3, and so only gets to race when he's not at work. So I think he said he was at Portimao and somewhere else when we were in Crail. So that'll be why we've not seen him this year. But CP Motorsports then helping him out.
Speaking to Carl Geary Senior in our little break, he did say that riding that Husaberg is a bit of a handful. And he was right when I said about those pesky kids. So Blake Wilson that we see there on screen, he did say that if it wasn't for the power of that Berg, Blake probably would have pipped him on that one.
Yeah. So Wilson then fresh from 3 wins in our academy class then, as we watch is that David Blanks, then the 177 on the inside of row 2, but it is the Dean Wingate on pole position, the 125 on that XJ Smith, Mark Reiner Schmidt Honda. It's the second of Jay's bikes to find their way into this paddock, the other one being in the hands of Seth Gibson. And while I'm saying that, I'm just trying to think whether the other one was just was built by the same team and wasn't one of Schmidt's bikes. Somebody going off on the grass, not quite sure who that was. So there's 67 in there as well. That's Jamie Wilson. So he was the guy we were talking about earlier on, the ex-motocrosser, 46 years old, from down there in somewhere that's, it doesn't say where he come from. But yeah, he's down there. He's a wheel builder, amongst other things. So always been a motocrosser. First time out on a Supermoto bike. Bought the bike off his brother. And 46 years old. So yeah, again, showing you that it's never too late to come into this paddock. There's a lot of guys the good side of 40. And when I say the good side of 40, I mean my side, because that's the best side of 40 to be. Nobody wants to be young anymore. Everything's ruined. But it's good to see him. He's fought his way from the C group, and he's there on what will be the middle of row 3, I believe. So away we go.
Oh, it looks like a good start from the 125 of Dean Wingate, and it looks like he's got the whole shot.
Burgess looked like he wanted a bit of him, but no, they come into the turn. Andy Hayes around the outside as well. But it is Wingate that leads. Pecker then, Paul Reynolds, the Automotive Solutions boss. He's there in third. So he's been going okay, to be fair. Oh, that's a nice line. He's tiptoed round the inside, and he's going to tiptoe round the inside again. And again, old age and treachery sometimes is just what you need.
Yeah, so great pass from him there.
Oh, somebody off. That is...
that's David Blanks there, and it looks like, we've got a few riders that pile up there. So I think that is Jake Bunting, Dax Almond on board his 250, not a 350.
You did say that. I knew that he was a smaller capacity bike, and now you said it's a 250. I do remember thinking that I've been told that before.
Yeah, I think it's the ex-Alex Mullaney Automotive Solutions 250.
So it's a decent bike. But anyway, Simon Burgess gets himself to the front of this B Group race with 125 Dean Wingate then all over him on that Honda. We saw, I think, in the previous roll when Wingate's going to blast up the inside here. Moves him over a tree, has a quick look to make sure he's still there. Keeps him to the outside down the straight, doesn't give him a chance to come back. Reynolds across the line in third. Scott Wright crosses the line in fourth. So a good ride from the 323 of Scott Wright. You know, he used to be one of those pesky kids, and he's now a bloke with grey hair. So he was the guy that used to ride in this race when I was in this race. And as a 16 and 17 year old, and I think he won the Youngsters Championship one year when I was far too old. And he's back in the paddock. Picked up a bike and come back to us this season.
Looking there, as we had a little bit of a nosy through the off-road, Sean Jones up to 17th. So cracking start from him. So he's one of our riders that moved up from the C group. So he'll have started at the back of the grid, and he's already up to 17th. So yeah, great ride from him so far.
It's very, very easy to move up a group and get a little bit overawed by it all. But he's done that, and he's obviously making some moves. So it looks like we've got a change for third. I think Scott Wright has made his way past Paul Reynolds in the background as we pan out, and there indeed he has. But this is the battle for the lead, and I will be honest with you, I missed where Wingate ended up back in second position. Up the inside, not quite.
Yeah, that's quite a train we've got going on there. So one mistake and we could have a swap from 5th up to 1st. So all these riders really, really close together as they come into the off-road.
I think Burgess will have just round around the outside here. Scott Wright all over the back of Dean Wingate now. So that battle for the lead is no longer a battle for the lead, it's a battle for second, because Scott Wright is there in third on the back of the 125 of Dean Wingate.
Yeah, as much as Scott Wright's been away from Supermoto for a number of years, he has still kept sort of a toe in the motocross scene. So in this off-road. I'm sure it'll be favouring him to throw that 450 around, but he did say he is on a converted motocross, so struggling with gears. Changed his gearing from qualifying this morning, I think.
So he has now started to gap out at the front, and where Wright was all over the back of the 125 of Dean Wingate in the off-road, that Honda just absolutely skated away as Pecca runs around the outside with Scott Wright onto the start-finish straight. The number 10, Paul Reynolds. Neil Meelan in there as well, another one of the guys from the Goon Squad. Or is he a cranked-up racing guy these days? I can't remember. I think he might be the cranked-up racing boy, I think. Teammate of Sean Jones.
That was a great pass there from Pecca on the tarmac round Luna, but you can see there Scott Wright able to carry a lot more speed round the outside there and retake that position. We've got a few riders down there that look like, I think that was Michael Craig and Jamie Wrigglesworth, so a little bit of a bobble there.
And again, Michael Craig watched the first round of the championship last year, watched the live stream in a bar in Spain somewhere, and was back racing at round 2. And to be fair to Dean Wingate, he did say the same thing. He watched the live stream, having been at Crail with obviously his daughter and everything, watched the live stream back and decided life's too short and got himself a new Honda, so fair play to him. So it looks like Wingate has got second win, because he was closing in on Burgess quite quickly as they went into Luna at that time. They've just gone through shot right next to each other. This is a great battle for third, and again Reynolds round the outside of Scott Wright as they go down the start-finish straight. Is Wright going to come back up the inside of him? Not quite.
I think it is going to be a game of cat and mouse between these two, because I think Reynolds has the experience on the tarmac, and especially that knee-down style. He's able to carry so much more speed, but then he doesn't gain enough and gap out enough that Scott Wright can't then put a move on him through the off-road. So you can see he's already in front as they head round, and there's not really much Paul Reynolds can do. He is closer, but as soon as Scott Wright gets a nose in front, that's it. He's got the line. So this will be a close one at the end of this race, I believe. So
Burgess then still just holding on from Wingate, but this is the battle for third, and this is close as well, so we can't follow them all, but battle for third, three-rider battle with Meelan holding sway, trying to pick up the pieces. We've kind of seen this time and time again as we'll go in. So Scott Wright needs to do something different. He needs to stop Paul Reynolds just riding around the out. He needs to move him over, and this time he's going to get swallowed up by Neil Meelan as well, possibly.
Yeah, Neil Meelan, I think if Paul Reynolds can keep Scott Wright behind him, I think Neil Meelan will go for the same move on the last lap. But that is given that Scott Wright's probably going to do the same thing that I said last time, take that different inside line, and try and carry more speed. Paul Reynolds will know he's there. He's just seen him there as he goes past, and he can't get the power down quick enough to be able to cut him off. So Scott Wright there will back out in front, so that's him back up to third. Looks like we've got a rider down there in the off-road. Not quite sure who that was. I think that may have been Noah Guillory. Yep, he's remounted, so he's back. I think he's also on a 250. So keep an eye. Yep, Scott Wright looks like he's pulled a little bit more of a gap this time, but the battle for the lead.
Race leaders. Yeah, there's the race leaders, and it is Wingate all over the back of Burgess. He's going to come up the inside of him. He's going to have the speed down the straight. The Honda man, last lap flag this time by. Burgess gets down. Wingate decides that he doesn't need to. Is he going to run around the outside of him? He's going to try and make the pass. Not quite. Oh, there's elbows there. Is Dean going? No, he's not. Burgess shuts the door. This is where Burgess is fast. So Burgess is going to pull 3 bike lengths on Wingate through the off-road. And Wingate's got to make 4 bike lengths up before they get back to the start-finish.
Wingate looking like he had a little bit of a bobble there on that inside line. So it's all the work to do now on this last lap.
Burgess getting that jump absolutely inch perfect. But this is the bit of the track now where Wingate will close him back down. As we go to the wider shot, we'll see the Honda in the background. He's not as close as he needs to be. Last time past here, he was a lot closer. Oh, Burgess makes a mistake on the way in to the turn, and Wingate's going to be on him. So it's a run to the line then. Old age and treachery. Dean Wingate is going to be right on the back of him as they come onto the start-finish straight. He's going to run wide. He's going to try and cut tight underneath him. Here we go. Oh, he's not there yet. Oh, here we come. It's going to be a run to the line. Who's going to get it? Oh, I think Wingate got that. Wingate got the run to the line. Timing shows that he did, and we stay for the battle for third, and here we come, and it's Pecker that comes across the line in third. We had to leave that battle for third because the battle at the front goes the way of Dean Wingate. He'll be pleased with that. He set that up. He gave himself the run on the race leader, and Simon Burgess, although he did the fastest lap of the race, edged out by 0.025 of a second.
Yeah, there was absolutely nothing in it, and there was also nothing in it between Paul Reynolds and Scott Wright, as well as Neil Meehan across the line. So less than a second covered our fourth to sixth there.
Hats it then to Mike Norbury. He comes across the line in sixth. Jamie Wilson across the line in seventh. Andy Hayes eighth. Jason Slater ninth. He's had a rough day, ended up on the floor, so that's a good recovery ride for him. And Duncan Wright in 10th. Well, that was a good race. That was a good race. And always nice to see a battle for a run to the line at Three Sisters. A last minute lunge into Luna, either on the way in or on the way out. And Dean Wingate, a debut win on that new bike then, so we'll be happy with that. As we cut down to our pit lane then, there is the 145 of Luke Armitage. His first A Group start, his first British Championship start line in this Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship final race of the day. Reverse grid for this one then. So let's have a look and see what it will be. So it will be the 94 of Lee Williams on pole from Chris Walker, Richard Sharp and Jay Smith. Now that's a front row. And I would expect to see Jay Smith drop the hammer from there. And then row 2 will be Alex Mullaney, Richard Blakeman, Jamie Duncan and Chris Hodgson. And then row 3 will be Andy Mitchell, Kyle Eccleston, Peter Bennett and Dean Hillier. So the two Bathmate teammates, Mitchell and Eccleston, both getting the top 10 in that last race. And then it will be, so Andy Mitchell, Eccleston, Bennett and Hillier, and then Pearson, Groom, Holmes and Sharp on row 4. And then row 5, Pennington, Bremner, Lambourne, Forshaw, and then Jake Sayer and Seth Gibson. And then, of course, added on to the back will be the CP Motorsports 145 of Luke Armitage and the number 82 as we look at our podium guys from race 3 of our B group then. The 125 of Dean Wingate taking the narrowest of victories from Simon Burgess. As our third place rider not turned up. That'd be Paul Reynolds, so I don't think he's probably away with the fairies. Or he'll be wanting to watch this A final. So things to watch then in this one. What do you think then, Danielle? Who's your money on?
Well, after speaking to them on the podium, we all know that Chris Hodgson's going to have to try and make those passes early in the race, and I think that is going to be the key to a good overall for him. So 2 wins for him, but also 2 seconds for Jamie Duncan. Now, Jamie did say he's riding with his head, and he knows that as long as everyone else behind him, it doesn't matter if Chris is in front being our championship leader. So
indeed it doesn't. And Jay Smith then just sorting out, giving the thumbs up to the camera. Well, maybe the thumbs up to his dad actually. He's marching at that point. Obviously Jay got to in his mechanic in his corner. So Hodgson then for that's Alex Mullaney. He's lining up on the front of row 2. Chris Hodgson there. It's going to be Lee Williams then. The man, again, took a fair bit of time off from the supermoto scene, went road racing at a fairly decent level. I think he ran in the ran at BSB a few times, but ran in a lot of the national series. Was a very, very good performer. But back in the supermoto paddock now and enjoying his time and improving every time he goes out, which is his goal. The 155 of Chris Walker in there as well. Another guy who's away from the sport for a while, building up his business. We are thankful for the sponsorship of this event. So he's there in second place on the grid. The 217 of Richard Sharp, then he's just plugging in the onboard camera on the front of that Trips.uk Husqvarna. Then it is teammate and, I wouldn't say team leader, but certainly the top man on paper in that team, Jay Smith. Although there is some healthy competition between himself and Sharpie as to who's going to be the best man under that awning. But it's a nice team, as they all are. And it is a great paddock here. So this is our final race of the day then. Away they go. Let's see who's going to get the whole shot. Is it going to be Jay? Is it going to be Sharpie? It's going to be Richard Sharp. Sharpie down the inside. Chris Walker gets himself tucked away nicely. Oh, Jay's managed to get up the inside of Richard Sharp. That's a fantastic move from him. Blakeman moves through into third.
Yeah, cracking move there for the 33, the Trips UK rider of Jay Smith. I think that was Richard Blakeman there, trying to rail it round inside to outside. So he's now going to try and put a surprise on Jay Smith, but he's not quite close enough. Gets up to second.
Everybody safely through, though.
Looks like that's Ian Bremner there, having a little bit of a wobble on that first lap. But on board with Richard Sharp, so it looks like, is that Alex Mullaney in front of him there, or is that Chris Hodgson?
I think that's Hodgie.
Yeah, this on board here showing just how fast the tarmac is at Three Sisters here.
So Jay Smith on the MTR KTM Trips.uk rider, then he leads from the number 54 Fat and Fast KTM of Richard Blakeman. Then it's the number 1 TM UK leads bike of Chris Hodgson. Then it's Sharp. Then it's Mullaney. This is where Sharp looks like he's struggling a little bit. Then it's I tell you who I'm not seeing. There's Walker, but there he is. The number 7 of Jamie Duncan. So Duncan fires his way up the inside of both of those riders there. Manages to find his way past Williams and Walker. So the Scotsman coming off worst, as it were, if that reverse grid starts.
Can see there the onboard with Richard Sharp through our off-road section. These guys making it look about as smooth as the M6, but I can guarantee it's not. Legs off there for Jamie Duncan as he does that transition from the off-road to the tarmac.
So Chris Hodgson looking very, very racy there. In fact, that's not. Is that Mullaney?
That's Alex Mullaney.
It is Mullaney, isn't it? So Alex then, is he currently sitting in 4th? He's trying as hard as he can. So Smith then from Blakeman, and let's not forget this meeting is the John Blakeman Memorial, and it would be great to see Richard take a victory. He's already put one across Jay Smith earlier on today, so he did say he had some problems with the chatter, but he will be trying his best. As I think this second place will certainly see him on the podium, with Smith tumbling off earlier.
But also keep an eye on the number 1 of Chris Hodgson. He will be definitely applying the pressure. Blakeman there trying to rail around the outside, but just not close enough to be able to put a move on the 33 of Jay Smith.
So Duncan then a distant 5th at the moment. Sorry, yeah, is he?
I think he's up to 4th. I think he's got past Mullaney.
I think he's past Alex Mullaney, yes, so just saw that in the background. But Smith then off the tarmac tabletop onto... I
think we may have a retirement for the number 100 of Alex Mullaney.
So here's Duncan.
Dropping down the order.
So Chris Hodgson then all over the back of Richard Blakeman as they come into Luna. With soon to be 8 laps to go. Jay Smith, he's not far enough away. It's a little bump there for the back end of that bike of Richard Blakeman. He did say he was feeling the back end bouncing a little bit, but Blakeman stalls or jumps out of gear.
Oh, and it looks like he's going to lose a position to his teammate. Yep, Jamie Duncan there.
An age to refire. Oh, that was unlucky. So that is now going to leave Chris Hodgson with a run all the way to the back of the number 33 of Jay Smith. But Jay said after the the second race, obviously he fell off, and I said to him, you know, how you feeling? And he was like, I'm fed up about falling off, but he said, I found something with the bike, and I really feel like I can get it to do exactly what I want. And the gap there to Hodgson, I would say, is about a second and a half, maybe a little bit more. And are we going to be able to see Hodgson do anything about Jay Smith at the front of this one?
So we've got 7 laps to go. So I think that's plenty of time for Chris to try and close down that gap. He is currently our fastest rider on track with a best lap of a 109.7.
He is closing in. Like I say, this is why he's an 18-time champion. Duncan then he'll take the gift of that. I still think we're going to see Blankman on the podium. I don't think it's going to be so much of a disaster for the points, but it would have been nice to have seen Richard at least have a shot at making a pass on Jay Smith. Is that Andy Mitchell in there at the sharp end as well? Where's Mitchell running?
He's currently sat in 7th behind the 217 of Richard Sharp. So great ride from Andy Mitchell there, one of our vet riders.
He's a super vet, never mind a vet. I did shake his hand between races and said, look, his top 10 was in the bag. He didn't have to try anymore, but obviously he's decided that he wants a pair for the weekend. So here's Smith and Hodgson definitely closing in with it'll be 6 to go this time by. Now Hodgie will also know that he doesn't need to pass Jay for the win with having 2 victories already, so more to lose than there is to gain by pushing too hard, but he will, if there's any little bit of a gap opens up, he will put that TM Leeds UK bike straight through and take the lead.
He has closed that gap down considerably from the last lap. So I think he's probably going to be eyeing up a move. He's got plenty of laps to do it. I don't think he'll do it as a rushed move, but I do think he'll be eyeing one up as we speak. So he'll be watching Jay, seeing where he's going and planning his move. I think he'd probably try and look down the inside as they enter the first off-road.
Possibly. What I will say is that Jay, whatever changes Jay Smith made to that MTR KTM, he's definitely got better drive off the turns than Chris. Certainly coming down the pit straight, you could see that the KTM hooked up, and Chris almost like thruply bitted out at the corner in comparison. Just didn't get the rear end planted, but he is still coming. But again, he's the chasing guy. That's the advantage of being at second. It is closing up. It's down to a couple of bike lengths.
And we've also had a change for third, so it looks like teammate Richard Blakeman has made a move on the 7 of Jamie Duncan. So whether Jamie's made a mistake on that last lap, we will see.
But it is these two at the front. We don't cut away, because the instant we do, it'll all change. I'm saying we can't screen the battle for 3rd and 4th, because they're all using the same cameras. So here we go then. This is where Smith is getting real good drive out of this corner. What you got out there better this time? That's where we saw Hodgson take the lead and win. First race from Jamie Duncan into that turn at the end of the pit straight. Oh, nice bit of mid-corner speed there from the number 1.
Yeah, Chris looking a lot closer on this lap than he did. I don't think he's going to go for a dive up the inside just yet. Not quite close enough, but again, taking it wider, trying to square off down this off-road section.
And I think for Jay as well, obviously he's feeling good and enjoying the race, but he doesn't need...
Oh!
I was about to say he don't need to be pushing too hard, and he just catches a little bit of gravel and goes down. Bike stays running. No, he didn't lose second, so he lost the lead, but he didn't lose second.
But there is a battle there for third between Jamie Duncan and Richard Blakeman. The two fat and fast riders battling it out there. You can see they came over the tabletop neck and neck. But our race leader, the number 1 of Chris Hodgson.
You see the bike walk there in the middle of the turn.
Yeah, Chris there, easy does it. he'll know now he's got a bit of breathing room. He's kept the pressure on the 33 of Jay Smith.
They pulled out a big gap, didn't they? So there's the battle. There's Duncan, there's Jay, and there's the battle then. So Duncan is back into third, so that's been in back of them fourth. So is Smith going to be able to hold these guys at bay? Is that tip-off going to have lost his rhythm a little bit? Let's not forget that the 7 and the 54 share an awning. They are teammates.
Yeah, we see there. So Jay Smith heading down the off-road, and the number 7 of Jamie Duncan closing in as well. So I'm wondering if that little tip-off has caused the 33 an issue. Saw him looking at his handguards, definitely bent down, maybe caught a lever.
Only the clutch, so it shouldn't really be too much of a problem. But obviously, Duncan knows that he needs to beat everybody else other than Chris Hodgson, so he will be wanting these points. We had this at the last race at Crail, where he snuck up at the end and nabbed a pass, and our timing had me over because it didn't show it as they came across the line. So Duncan never gives up until it's over. They've dropped Blakeman, so the battle now is for second.
And that gap's definitely closed up between the 33 of Jay Smith and Jamie Duncan. So this is the battle for second. Chris Hodgson's currently out at the front. So we'll see to the tune of about 5.8 seconds there. So 2 laps to go. Jay really just needs to try and keep the number 7 of Jamie Duncan behind him and make a wide bike. Also looks like the 54 of Richard Blakeman has dropped off now as we enter these final stages of our final race for today. But Jamie taking the outside line, trying to carry more speed, just not quite close enough.
He made that work really well earlier today, but it's just not panning out. I think it's just got a bit drier, and the grip level on the outside isn't there. Lee Williams is having a good run in this one as well. He's there in 5th position. But also resurgent Jay Smith, he might not have had the results that he wanted, but he definitely looks like he's coming back to his best form. Like I say, he's when he's smiling, there's nobody faster. He's happy with that bike. Again, the MTR KTM, top ex-Lucas Holbacker machine, and as a result, last lap flag is out then. So don't think Duncan's going to pull anything off. It's very much bring it home to the finish, but here is our race leader then. The 40th anniversary edition TM will take 3 race victories in our Saturday British Championship event. First time we've done that, as we watched Duncan try and have a row around the outside, but I don't think he's going to make it happen.
No, but he has been doing all the right things, and I still think this should be enough for a second overall, with Jay's topple off in race 2.
Yeah, so the podium then will be, I think, Chris Hodgson, Jamie Duncan, Richard Blakeman. Jay, I think, will finish in 4th. Odgie then just off there in the distance. On this final lap, here he is then. As I said, without missing the first round of the championship through injury, sustained in a practice crash actually at the circuit. It's put him behind the 8 ball, and all he can do is go out and win the races, and that's exactly what he's doing. So a victory then for the number 1 off Chris Hodgson. Number 33, Jay Smith, will take 2nd, and Duncan will roll in for 3rd. For a minute then I thought he'd thrown it at the scenery.
So did I. Panicked.
4th place then should be Richard Blakeman, and we wait for Blakeman to come across the line. Blakeman comes across the line in 4th. He gives himself a clap. That was a decent ride. Williams in 5th, Sharp 6th, 7th place, an excellent 7th for Dean Hillier on the Goon Squad KTM. 8th place Peter Bennett, a good ride for Peter Bennett. Another 9th for Andy Mitchell, and 10th place for the 155 of Chris Walker. Harley Sharp will be 11th, Blaine Pearson 12th, and then we wait for the battle then. Ollie Holmes across the line, Eccleston just pips out. Seth Gibson for 14th, Gibson 15th, Groomy 16th, 17th Darrell Pennington, Well, what a cracking day's racing. We've seen everything. We've seen passes, we've seen falls, we've seen mechanicals, and we've had a beautiful dry day of racing, apart from a few little spits and spots of rain this morning. And I hope you've enjoyed our coverage of round 5 of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship. We'll wait then for our riders to get themselves all sorted out down in pit lane, and we'll go to Danielle for our rider interviews. But it's been a cracking day's racing. I thoroughly enjoyed commentating on it, and thanks to Danielle for, as always, being by my side and spotting all the little things going on in the background. Our excellent dirt section. So for those of you that are in the area, we're racing here again tomorrow. We will be going round, I won't say the opposite direction, but we will have a completely new track tomorrow for our national championships. And normally we run those on the Saturday and the British on the Sunday, but scheduling issues mean that we ended up having to run the British today so that we could get the live stream to you. Thank you very much to the Tech Native guys, TNL Sports, for providing such excellent coverage as always, and we look forward to you joining us for the next round of this championship, which is at Oliver's Mount on August Bank Holiday Sunday. There is the onboard camera inside the Trips.UK awning, the number 217 of Richard Sharp there, 155 Chris Walker. They lift the bike onto the stand. And the 817 of Harley Sharp. He had a decent run in that last one. So we'll go down to Danielle in the pit lane, and she will get the feelings of our podium guys.
We're here with Jamie Duncan, so it's been 2 seconds and a third. Close, but just no cigar. A lot of battling with your teammate in that one.
Yeah, it was a bit there. He caught me up in the middle of the race and then passed me and then gone back. So we're just playing with him. Again, using my brain. Second time in a day. So I think tomorrow the brain's not going to be functioning anymore. So we'll wait and see, but happy enough with third. Look at the bigger picture, I think.
Yeah, bigger picture, you do know that Chris Hodgson's down on the points. You are our championship leader. And like you say, using your head, you knew that you probably should still have that second place overall today. Chris playing his double points, but still, you should still there be our championship leader at the end of this one.
Yeah, should be. Hopefully we've got a big enough gap on Chris to see him out the rest of the season. But I think we've got the pace. We just need to get away at the start.
Yeah, you look like you struggled on the start in that one. You didn't make as many passes with that reverse grid. You were lucky with some aspects, so the few mistakes that were made early on in the race, I think you capitalised on those. Yeah, no, I definitely did. I need to get my starting sorted out in this thing. Trying second gear and it's just bogging, so I might have to go try first gear starts. But we're not having the line up on the start and getting a practice start. It's quite difficult. So. But I'm sure that's something you'll get sorted for Oliver's Mount. So we will run and grab a word with Jay Smith. So first time we've had a chat today, Jay.
Yeah.
You made it into second. You said that Phil said that you'd found something with the bike from race 2. We saw you had that little topple off, but you definitely seem to have found something.
To be honest, race 1, I was just fighting the whole lap, literally in the dirt, mid-corner, missing all my apexes, and literally we just thought I've got to do something drastic to the bike. So we literally just raised the whole back end up about 6 or 7 mil, and then just softened off the front to allow it to dive a little bit and to turn, and it's it was over a second quicker, just them little bits, and so much more confident in the bike, but just got a little bit carried away, a little bit excited, trying to make up for race 1, and a few mistakes, but the pace is there. I'm happy with that. The bike's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'd say you were definitely riding with your head a little bit more. We saw the odd topple here and there, but the pace was definitely there. Yeah. So I think that's something to build on going into round 6.
100%, yeah, brilliant. Let's do it.
And also tomorrow we've got our national championship. A lot of people will be using that for practice and testing, knowing that there's not as much on the line.
Yeah. It was a bit of a change really, having the British on the Saturday. I thought it might have gone in my favour really, considering by Sunday I'm a little bit tired. I'm getting on a bit now. You know what I mean? Like early 40s. You know, I ain't got long left.
Oh, well, that was a very dramatic note to end on.
That's it.
Well, we'll grab a word with 3 out of 3 today. on board your TM Leeds machine. Couldn't have gone much better.
No, I mean, Jamie said he was using his head. I definitely wasn't. I was just thinking, oh, let's go for the win. So yeah, it's been a good day. Celebrating 40 years of TM, so it's nice to get the win this weekend. So yeah, Jay just applied the pressure a little bit. He just made a little mistake, and I just controlled the race after that.
Yeah, you definitely controlled the race. You kept the pressure on Jay Smith throughout that one. You kept the pressure on. He did make that mistake that let you go by, and then from there you had about a 5 to 6 second lead, so no pressure. Anything you'd be changing for tomorrow? Are you going to be trying anything new?
No, the bike felt all right in that last race, so like I just felt like I had a steady pace, so I was happy with everything, and just big hello till Abby and Ava watching back home.
Yeah, we've seen a few people cheering on the TM Leeds riders on our stream, so I'm sure everyone will be raring to catch the racing at our next round, which will be round 6 at Oliver's Mount, and that's the August bank holiday weekend. I think we're back to our normal scheduling of having it on the Sunday, but for now that's everything. We'll see you then.
Thanks, Danielle.
Yeah.